Section 33 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him, continued. Section 4. The Chemical Analyst. Here we may be brief. In effect, the chemist will be employed in all cases in which the microscopist may be called in. In many cases, both are necessary, for there are few cases of a purely chemical category. The analyst has frequent recourse to the magnifying glass or microscope before or after his chemical work, for the purpose of completing or checking it. Conversely, the microscopist can hardly do analyst's work, and so we can only attain satisfactory results from the combined action of the microscopist and chemical analyst. Speaking generally, we may say that the investigating officer does not employ the analyst or chemical examiner frequently enough, and that many cases which have remained in a state of obscurity would have taken another turn if the expert had been consulted. This is especially true in all cases of poisoning, where recourse to a chemist is only had where pieces of arsenic as big as a pea, or a strong odor of phosphorus, opium, or other substances which exclude all doubt, are found in the stomach. Yet we feel we cannot be reproached with looking at the dark side of things when we assert that the chemical examiner should be resorted to in every case of sudden death which the inquest has not completely explained, or even in the case of a long illness which, without natural reasons, has ended in death, and this especially if any possibility of a criminal prosecution arises. When one skims through a work on medical jurisprudence and notes the numerous substances which, in relatively small doses, are capable of causing a man's death, when one remembers the uncertainty of the signs of poisoning as revealed by the history of the patient's illness and the death certificate, and when, finally, one thinks of the modern extensive diffusion of superficial chemical knowledge, and the facility with which nearly all chemical products, even the most dangerous, are procurable, one is astonished that many cases of poisoning even more difficult to discover do not occur. The investigating officer ought therefore always to pay attention to the possibilities in these cases, and considerations of money and trouble should not be allowed to enter into the question. Nor should the other side of the matter be lost sight of. Often death remains unexplained, and is believed to indicate a crime, whereby suspicion may rest for long years upon the innocent. It is the duty of the investigating officer to prevent the happening of such a state of things, just as much as it is his duty to bring about the conviction of the guilty. We are aware of a large number of substances, not venomous by nature, which, when they become tainted, are harmful or deadly. They may be absorbed through imprudence or without anyone being to blame, so it is allowable to presume that these substances have caused inexplicable and suspicious deaths. But the chemist, if consulted, would clear up the matter. Take, for example, poisoning by coal gas, trichinous or tainted meat, poison developed in sausages or cheese, poisoned shellfish, oysters, lobsters, tainted fish, wine, beer, vinegar, or other articles of everyday use, in fact, the whole range of ptomaine poisons, finally, the frequent cases of poisoning through culinary utensils. The ptomaine alkaloids, for example collodine, lead to the most serious mistakes. They may arise entirely through the decomposition of the dead body, are often highly poisonous, and in many cases bear a great resemblance to the plant alkaloids. Their behavior under physiological tests may also lead to confusion. For full details, the reader will refer to such standard works as Lauder Brunton's Materia Medica and Blythe on Poisons. A useful working summary will be found in Legal Medicine by Major Collis Berry, IMS, Volume 1, Chapter 43. Equally important in this connection is poisoning by carbon monoxide fumes. Brouardel, Descoste, Augier, and Hoffman relate a case in which a man was killed through gas fumes in a lime kiln. His wife, though innocent, was condemned as a murderess, and remained in prison for some years. In short, every suspicious death requires minute investigation by the investigating officer. It is not sufficient merely to ask the analyst whether there be poison in such and such a stomach, without giving him any indication of the direction his researches should take. If he has no starting point, his examination becomes difficult and costly. But, if he knows all that the investigating officer has been able to learn in his inquiry, he will easily, quickly, and surely complete his share of the work. If we wish to know what the investigating officer can demand of the chemist, we should say, the investigating officer ought not to have too many scruples in this connection, especially as regards the question of time. We know that after a long space of time, the existence of certain poisons, particularly arsenic, is ascertained. Footnote. Proulx relates that once on the deal boards of a floor, upon which a person poisoned by arsenic had spit, arsenic was still found, although the floor had been scrubbed 40 times. Phosphorus has been discovered 6 weeks after death. End footnote. And the interval during which organic poisons may be discovered after their absorption is never so short as is commonly believed. Sonnenschein and Clausen found that traces of morphia in the intestines could be discovered after 18 months, although the corpse had been buried in circumstances favoring decomposition. It is not, therefore, for the investigating officer to decide whether too much time has elapsed since the death of the victim. Let him leave the solution of this question to conscientious and experienced experts. Moreover, the investigating officer ought not to fear, in certain circumstances, to raise the question of whether the poison has not been introduced into the body otherwise than by the mouth, but has been given perhaps in quite another manner, for example, through a wound either already existing or made on purpose. It is related, it is true, in a novel, that in a certain German military hospital, 1871, a jealous woman, who was acting as a nurse, took from the wound of a soldier on the point of death a composition of blood and pus, which she introduced into the wound of another soldier who was slightly wounded, with the object of bringing about his death. As we have stated, it is simply a story from a novel, but the thing is quite possible. Just as possible, and indeed very frequent, are cases of death caused by the prick of a poisoned needle. These wounds are made in passing, and no one pays attention to them, owing to their apparent insignificance. Such are some of the difficult questions an analyst may be asked. Besides in inquiries relating to the death of a man, the investigating officer will also have recourse to the analyst in all those cases which belong specifically to the sphere of the microscopist. The investigating officer will himself get to know by practice which of the two will be capable of solving a particular question, but if he does not know, no great harm will be done, for the specialist he asks will soon tell him that the work is the business of his colleagues. Section 5. The Expert in Physics. If the medical jurisprudent cannot enlighten us, if the microscopist and chemical analyst are incapable of elucidating the matter, recourse must be had to the expert in physics. The cases in which one can and ought to approach him are legion. No one would be able to completely enumerate them. Each day brings new ones, and every zealous investigating officer, desirous of developing his knowledge, will increase them yet more. Here we will again repeat an observation already made. In order that the physicist may lend his aid to the investigating officer, the latter must ask him for it. The investigating officer it is who must go to the physicist to ask if he can help him in a given case. It is not for the physicist to come and offer his services to the investigating officer. The expert in physics studies, experiments, discovers, and publishes. It is for the investigating officer to read, weigh, and question. The investigating officer ought then to recall his former knowledge, generally at once forgotten, which has accompanied him from college into practical life. He should try to complete it and keep it in touch with modern science by reading at least the reviews, which always teach the reader something about the new results in various natural sciences and the services rendered by them. And also, as it is his duty to inquire of everything he sees and hears, how it may be utilized in his profession, and he can utilize all science, so he ought never, in reading these reviews, to forget to ask what advantage may be gained from what he has just read. He must attempt to imagine practical cases in which he could call in the expert in physics to utilize the new results of the science. In real cases, when they arise, he will certainly remember his meditations and call in the physicist. Indeed, we require that the physicist, as well as all other experts, should interest himself in his business. When he has been often questioned and knows approximately what the investigating officer requires, he ought to make inquiries on his own initiative and draw the attention of the investigating officer to the information which he is able to furnish and of which the investigating officer is ignorant. In the following pages, we shall enumerate a few cases in which the physicist can second the investigating officer, confining ourselves to general indications and contenting ourselves with citing some examples. We simply wish to demonstrate that the physicist, in many cases, is really capable of giving us information and enlightenment. Footnote: the authors would be very happy to receive communications regarding cases in which the investigating officer has been aided by experts in natural philosophy. End note. Speaking generally, it may be stated, the physicist must always be called in when it is important to determine the effect of the natural forces which have exercised any influence upon a matter within the purview of the penal code. It goes without saying that every man is capable of determining this effect, but the scientist can better observe it, and with more accuracy and justice, especially in cases requiring special knowledge, such as those involving calculations and the use of scientific appliances. Let us presume, for example, that the fact of an article having been thrown has become of some importance in a criminal case. A stone has been hurled against a window, wall, or upon a roof. The questions now are, to establish the spot where the person who threw it was standing, the force with which he threw it, the size and weight of the stone, the direction in which it ricocheted, the time at which the event took place, and many other similar questions. True it is that anyone can draw such conclusions and make such observations, anyone, that is to say, who has 2 good eyes at his disposal, and who has not forgotten what he has at other times learned concerning ballistics or the science of calculating the force with which things are projected. But with what accuracy and correctness will not a man do this, who, all his life, has been occupied with the study of these questions, and who comes armed with all the special knowledge required for such a case? Where an outsider sees nothing useful, the specialist perhaps observes all that is necessary to clear up the case. The same may be said of a large series of optical questions. When, for example, it is desired to know how a light effect has been produced, what has been its action, what amount of light has been necessary for the perpetration of determinate acts, how a certain shadow has been produced, how far it has stretched, what object has caused it, at what moment of the day the sun has produced such and such an effect, or at what hour in the night the moon has shone in a particular manner, and 1,000 other questions. In a recent case in the Cuddapah district, a man who was attacked in the night was said to have been lying on his left side on a cot facing the northern and open side of a shavati or shed, the foot of his cot being a few feet from its eastern wall. It was alleged the stabbing took place about midnight, and just as soon as the moon was rising, the injured man stating in the witness box that he was lying awake and, "watching the moon rise," when his assailants came up and attacked him, and therefore he recognized them. No one in court was able positively to say whether at that time of the year he could possibly have seen the moon, which, if his story was true, must have been a very northerly one. Had this witness's story not been completely broken down and found to be false in other directions, it is probable that he would have been believed when he asserted that he saw the moon rising. It would have been impossible to have adjourned the case, which was a sessions one, to a date upon which the moon would have been in an equivalent position, and it is very doubtful whether any physicist could have been summoned for that trial. But had the investigating officer taken the precaution of verifying beforehand the man's story by communicating with an expert in natural philosophy, there would have been no such difficulty as was raised in this trial upon this point. Other information relating to the sun may also be of great importance. Whether, for example, the sun has been able to give a certain amount of heat, and at what moment of the day, and what accessory circumstances must be taken into account. Whether the rays of the sun can have fallen at a particular hour of the day upon a glass of water so as to make a sort of burning glass. Whether the heat of the sun can have changed the shape of certain objects, for example, by shriveling them up, breaking them, causing them to split or expand. Other questions concerning the effect of light are: how long a piece of cloth must have been exposed to the heat of the sun in order to fade to a certain degree, how long it would take for a piece of paper, especially the modern kinds of paper which are full of ligneous material, to become yellow or brown with exposure to the sun's rays, or how long an object must have remained in the daylight to have undergone a certain transformation, etc. As regards drafts, the wind, and storms, very important questions may arise, whether, for example, during a fire, it is the wind or a draft caused by the heat which has carried a piece of burning straw or a wooden tile, shingle. What direction of the wind may be deduced from such or such circumstances, whether a particular object has been able to resist the hurricane, that is to say, in attempting to fix the time of its having been placed in position, was it in existence before the tempest, the time of which is known? Questions concerning rain and snow are at times more important still. What has been produced by their agency, from what direction they have come, how often it has rained upon a certain article, etc. In this connection also we have the effects of frost, which are of a determinate character and may lend force to certain suppositions. It may be asked whether a particular object has been acted upon by frost, and with what force, and how often. Also, what other atmospheric phenomena have acted upon the body in question, and what has been the duration of the action. To this category also belong the following questions. A stolen object has been hidden and discovered. Has it been buried? And if so, wrapped up or not? And for how long? What was the nature of the soil? Were there other articles with it? The manner of their preservation, especially when not in the air, sometimes alters them, and these alterations are especially noticeable in objects of delicate color and structure, so that the physicist may often draw conclusions of great importance. There is yet another and well-known branch of the physicist's business, namely, cases concerning the effect and properties of water. Has an article been in the water, and if so, for what length of time? Has it been carried along by running water or sunk to the bottom? If the latter, what is the nature of the bottom? How far has the article been carried by the water, and what was the nature of the current? How long must it have taken a body of given weight, shape, and size to traverse a given distance? When the banks are irregular and covered with vegetation, it may be necessary to make detailed and accurate trials and experiments. Other questions are the effect of water upon banks or flooded places, and the length of time such places have been covered. Investigations concerning corpses found in the water are particularly important. It is necessary, for example, to establish the successive conditions of the corpse in the water, where it has gone, whence it has come, what obstacles and currents it has traversed, etc. All such questions are within the sphere not of the medical man, but of the physicist. See Chapter 16, Section 5, Bodily Injuries. To this domain also belong inquiries regarding the effect of artificial heat, apart from actual burns on the body, when it is desired, for example, to establish the length of time an object has been exposed to a more or less severe heat, and the kind of heat, that is, whether produced by a particular stove, as by an ordinary cooking stove, or a special furnace. Other examinations should also be enumerated bearing on breakages, tears, splits, or scratches on all sorts of articles, when desirous of knowing their direction, as also the time and manner of their production, whether, for example, naturally or artificially. This information is often of the greatest importance, and can only be obtained where the observer is intelligent, knows the exact nature of the damaged article, and how to appreciate the value of other phenomena accompanying the deterioration, such as direction, force, time, etc. This is heavy work, especially in giving advice on a case of negligence and the damage resulting therefrom, railway accidents, explosions, fall of buildings, landslips, etc. In such cases, minute examination of secondary details, for example, a split screw, intricate calculations, and a penetrating eye are alone capable of elucidating the truth. Let us finally take a passing glance at those two great motive forces of our times, magnetism and electricity. The least service magnetism renders us is the discovery of iron in cases where a chemical examination is not possible for some reason or other. As for electricity, we do not yet know all the services it can render, and how far it will go, or exactly what results the electrician will some day be able to afford us in criminal matters. Speaking generally, the investigating officer ought not to forget that in many ways his work resembles that of the physicist, especially when he has to draw conclusions from the effects he finds upon articles. In dealing with such effects, he must determine the forces producing them, just as the physicist explains the phenomena of nature. If, then, the investigating officer questions a physicist in a general way, the latter, finding himself in his own domain, will perhaps not confine himself to the questions asked, but in his turn will raise further questions which the investigating officer has overlooked. In forgeries also, as to ink, paper, writing materials, files of documents, etc., the physicist can afford the chemist and the microscopist important help obtainable in no other direction. End of section 33. Section 34 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him continued. Section 6. Experts in Mineralogy, Zoology, and Botany. Experts in mineralogy and zoology are but little consulted by the investigating officer. The former is only utilized for the examination of minerals and to establish their particular properties, or he aids the microscopist when, for example, it is necessary to determine the nature of a mineral so as to deduce therefrom the origin of dust, dirt, or stains, etc. And indeed these are often important points for elucidation. The role of the zoologist is scarcely more extended. He can determine the nature and origin of animal wool, assist in forming a judgment upon blood globules, determine the functions of certain animals, tell us what they are capable of doing and producing, give us information concerning poisons proceeding from animals, aid the medical man in many histological, anatomical, and physiological cases, and thus complement the latter's knowledge. We must repeat that nowhere is there greater danger than when we neglect to call in the expert and ourselves dabble in the matter. No doubt the layman who observes closely will discover something and form correct conclusions, but the true working insight is only to be obtained and judged by the expert. The zoologist finds important employment when the question arises of how long a man lying in the open has been dead, under what conditions animal life of various sorts, especially insects, appear at different times upon every corpse. If the death does not take place in the cold part of the year, certain flies at once appear, somewhat later certain beetles, etc. are found, until at last, sometimes after many months, certain animals bring about the final work of destruction of the non-osseous parts. In such circumstances, zoologists can often afford important and reliable information. Finally, some known attributes of animals are of importance. It is only necessary to consider this and consult a zoologist. So once in a certain case, it was desired to know how many hours a drunken man had lain in water. At first it was said that he could only have been there 1 or 2 hours, because in his clothes live fleas were still found. On account of the importance of the case, inquiries were made, and it was discovered that fleas can live as long as 16 hours under water. Flies, spiders, caterpillars, etc., die much more quickly under water. It is for the botanist to play the greatest role. He can indicate poisonous or abortive plants, discovering the smallest pieces. He can determine the nature of powdered substances composed of plants, seeds, and fruits. He can study the juices of these plants and the preparations made therefrom. These indications are often important, especially when such vegetable matter is discovered in a house search or upon the person, or in the stomach and intestines of deceased persons, or in the matter vomited or passed by them. It must not be forgotten that the smallest atom of leaf, the most minute piece of bark or fiber, suffices for the botanist to recognize the entire plant. It is often of equally great interest to know how to determine the nature and origin of a piece of wood with the assistance of a small piece which has been found. When, for example, it is desired to indicate whether a splinter of wood comes from a weapon, instrument, utensil, post, or living tree, etc., or when the nature of the piece of wood may tell us the locality where a certain person or object is to be found, the place whence it has come, and the objects with which it has been in contact. The botanist is also sometimes able to tell the age of an injury to a living plant, its aspect before healing up, the way in which it has been made, and the instrument employed. He may be able to tell us the force which must have been used to produce on a piece of dead wood such and such a mutilation or change, the time when a leaf or a fruit must have been damaged, for example by a shot from a firearm, the place of origin of certain pieces of plant, etc., the shape of an instrument which has produced such and such a cut or mark on a piece of wood, discovery of the traces of a clean cut by a knife demonstrating the absence of a toothed saw. The intervention of the botanist may be of special importance in obtaining information regarding certain textile fibers, for example, in determining the nature of the fiber, flax, hemp, jute, cotton, in identifying threads and parts of threads, twine, ordinary thread, etc., in studying the effect of certain liquids, paints, acids, or alkalis, etc., upon vegetable fibers, change in shape, length, color, and aspect, in determining the age of textile fibers and the place where they have remained, including such questions as the age of a cord, whether a piece of string has been for a long time in the water, whether a piece of linen cloth has been exposed to great heat, or whether some cotton stuff has been buried. A whole series of questions are connected with the chemical and physical properties of vegetable matter. In these cases, the botanist should work with the microscopist, the chemist, and the physicist. Such questions are the absorption of gas, odor, and fumes by vegetable fibers, the explosive properties of flax, hemp, and jute dust, the spontaneous combustion of vegetable fibers impregnated with oil, tow, flax, thread, engineer's waste, etc., the hidden combustion of ignited fibers, saltpeter treatment, the duration and certainty of the combustion of materials composing wicks, arson, explosions, the dangerous combustible properties of celluloid, the spontaneous combustion of damp hay, newly carbonized paper, or vegetable carbon, the proof of the existence of the juice of plants upon metals, for example, on a knife which has been used to cut fresh plants or fruit, or upon garments, for example, stains made by grass upon coats, and the age and the origin of such stains. It is permissible to assert that the botanist may come to our assistance in the most difficult, important, and interesting cases. Section 7. The expert in firearms. As indicated above, the examination of firearms requires, more than anything else, the assistance of a whole series of different experts. As a rule, only a gunsmith is called in, but this the author considers a mistake. Nowadays, local gunsmiths no longer exist as in former times. They are as rare as the local clockmakers of old, for both the local gunsmith and clockmaker sell instruments they have received ready-made from the factory. At the most, they have only placed the various parts of the instrument together and know how to do certain repairs. The firearm and the watch are made only in the factory, and the merchant or shopkeeper cannot be expected to understand in a special manner their interior mechanism. Even when dealing with a gunsmith who knows his trade, we find his knowledge restricted in most cases to being able to indicate the origin and the price of the weapon, the names of its different parts and other mechanical details, which, it must be confessed, will have in most cases a certain value. But he will not be able to say much regarding the use to which the instrument may be put, the effects which it is capable of producing, the connection existing between the arm itself and the bullet employed, besides numerous other questions of capital importance. Recourse must therefore be had to the experienced sportsman, the medical man, the inspector of musketry, the physicist, the chemist, and the microscopist. In many other cases, moreover, where the question is to determine the effect of a bullet on different substances, yet other experts who are conversant with these substances must be questioned. In many cases, experts consulted by the author have been unable to give a satisfactory reply, when an ordinary workman has answered without hesitation. The dresser of stone can tell us the resistance of the various kinds of stone, the locksmith can explain to us how a certain effect has been produced upon iron, and the botanist can indicate with accuracy the time and the season at which a bullet has struck a living tree and lodged in the wood. As regards the practical method of procedure in examining experts, care must be taken not to allow the different experts to make their experiments at the same time and give their advice together. The investigating officer who is directing the inquiry easily loses a concise view of the case when one expert draws conclusions from one side and another from the other side. It is difficult to understand the work of each, and it is impossible to reconcile the different statements and the conclusions given upon the whole. He must therefore, before all, obtain a clear idea of how the various experts are best to be consulted, and arrange to question after the others those experts who with their experiments destroy in part the documents and material objects at his disposal. Once the experiments are made and the reports sent in, the investigating officer will be able, following the case and the results of the reports, to bring the experts together either all at once or in several categories. In this way he will perhaps find the agreement or the explanation of doubtful questions or questions resolved in different ways. When the experts are already au courant with the matter and know what they have to reply, they will agree together much more readily than if they have been allowed to work together from the outset. This method of procedure has yet another advantage. Important corpora delicti, serving as objects of conviction, are less exposed to being lost or injured when they are sent but to one or two experts at a time, instead of in the space of a quarter of an hour being passed through a great number of hands. Besides examination regarding the origin of a firearm, the effects produced thereby, the mode of its employment, and its connection with such and such bullets, etc., questions relating to the science of arms properly so called, and besides those questions which it is within the province of the medical jurisprudent to decide, there are yet other examinations of decisive effect which are within the competence of the chemist. Suppose, for example, it is desired to establish whether a bullet has been taken from a stock of bullets found upon a suspected individual. It will certainly not suffice to establish that it is of the same size, the same shape, the same caliber, and the same weight as the others. It is also necessary to prove that their chemical composition is identical. Pure lead is but rarely employed for the making of bullets, tin, zinc, antimony, bismuth, and arsenic being mixed therewith, even traces of silver may be found. If then the quantitative analysis of the chemist shows that the alloy is the same in both cases, this will be a decisive proof of identity. This examination may also be of great interest in many other cases. If, for example, we have the firearm of the suspected individual and a bullet, and if the weapon be coated with fresh lead inside, it is for the chemist to withdraw this lead from the barrel and analyze it as he has analyzed the bullet. If then the analysis of the bullet corresponds with that of the lead in the firearm, it may reasonably be presumed that that particular bullet has been fired from that particular firearm, especially if the composition of the lead is uncommon or contains an abnormal proportion of some other element. Even when it is impossible to make these two analyses and compare the results, as for instance when we possess only the bullet, it is well to submit the latter to chemical examination. This may furnish the proof of a composition but little used, which, in default of other clues, may perhaps afford some indication regarding the author of the crime. If the bullet has not been manufactured by the man himself, but has been made in some factory, its chemical composition may very well lead to the discovery of its place of manufacture, for in this industry the same alloy is not everywhere employed. Finally, in certain circumstances, there may be traces of powder upon the bullet, which, chemically analyzed, are capable of giving an indication regarding the explosive which has been used. Such traces sometimes remain upon a bullet, even when it is lodged in the human body. They are clearly distinguishable upon the French bullet which the author's grandfather carried behind his eye for 46 years, from 1799 to 1845, and which was only extracted after his death. Chemical analysis may be of the greatest importance when it is desired to know when or how long before a certain firearm has been fired. The investigating officer does not naturally have to deal with the manner in which such an examination must be made, an examination which, however, is very curious in that it can only indicate whether the weapon has been fired off a very short time before. The Mofussil investigating officer would therefore be very much behind time if he thought of sending the firearm to the capital for this analysis. Sonnenschein and Clausen, in their Handbook of Legal Chemistry, indicate the following process. It is so simple that it may be employed if necessary, even in the country, by any doctor or hospital assistant, and frequently brings to light decisive results. It is true that this process can only be employed if the explosive has consisted of the ordinary powder which still remains in common use. The firearm in question must be withdrawn as soon as possible from the action of the air. For this purpose the barrel is hermetically corked, and the breech wrapped up in cloth. The examination must be carried out as soon as possible. First, the discharged barrel is rinsed with distilled water, and the solution obtained, filtered, and examined for sulphuric acid, with barium chloride, alkaline sulfides with salts of lead, and salts of iron with ferrocyanide of potassium. Let us presume that the barrel is dark brown, contains neither rust nor green crystals of ferrous sulfate, and that the solution is light yellow in color, smells of sulphuretted hydrogen, and with salts of lead gives a black precipitate. It follows that the firearm must have been fired within 2 hours. If the color is clearer still, and there is neither rust nor crystals, but traces of sulfuric acid are discovered, more than 2 hours, but less than 24 hours must have passed since the moment the weapon was fired. If the barrel has numerous stains of oxide of iron, and the reagent proves the existence of iron in the water, the weapon has been fired at least 24 hours before, and at most within 5 days. If the oxide of iron is in large quantity, but no iron salts are found in the solution, at least 10 days and at most 50 days have elapsed. If the firearm after having been fired has been immediately reloaded without having been cleaned, the cylindrical portion of the pull-through or the cleaning rod has a dark gray color during the first 4 days, and during the following days it is a yellowish gray, and the water contains distinct traces of sulfuric acid. If the weapon has been cleaned before being loaded the second time, the color is light red or yellow ochre during the first 2 days, during the following days becomes dark red, and after 12 to 15 days becomes and remains gray. The powder will have a light red color owing to the oxide of iron attaching thereto, and the reagent will show no signs of sulfuric acid. If the firearm has been reloaded immediately after firing, the color will be green, but will quickly attain that described above. If the barrel be rinsed with lime water, red coloring will also be noticed. Finally, if the wad is of paper containing alum or plaster, and the reagent shows the presence of sulfuric acid in the water with which the wad is washed, it proves nothing. In all cases, we also recommend the examination of the bullet with a magnifying glass. Information is then obtained about the number, pitch, shape, and depth of the rifling, the substance and structure of the wad which has left traces upon the lead, upon the manner in which the muzzle loader has been loaded, and upon many other points of importance. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Robney. Criminal Investigation, A Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him continued. Section 8. Handwriting. As to the value to be placed upon the appreciation of manuscripts, the most divergent opinions exist. Some have made a science of it, and yet do not know how to sufficiently appreciate the results of their examination, while others consider the knowledge so many persons pretend to possess as the mere product of the imagination, or at least of gross exaggeration. No lawyer is obliged to form a decision on one side or the other, but he must take up a position on the subject and form an opinion upon it whether he believes in the study of graphology or not. Before, however, a lawyer decides this finally, we should advise him to give the matter some consideration. No sooner do we in a matter of human knowledge establish a certainty and assign limits to it, no matter how wide those limits may be, than we may find that knowledge cannot be thus limited. In other words, all knowledge is capable of development. How far we do not know. None will deny that it is worthwhile for all educated persons to form some opinion on graphology. At least everyone will allow that the writing of an uneducated peasant looks different to the writing of an educated lady, that the child does not write like the old man, that the writing of a farmhand will not be mistaken for that of a learned man. However, as soon as one has gone so far, one has confessed that there is such a thing as graphology. In fact, one has acknowledged the principles of it to be correct. If one goes further, speaks of a copied, pedantic, interesting, fickle, nervous, or energetic handwriting, and recognizes the writing of the aristocratic lady, the soldier, the merchant, the scholar, one has gone a long way in the rudiments of graphology, and would act inconsequently as is done by people prejudiced against graphology, by declaring that the things established were not capable of a wider and more scientific development. If data in greater number were collected, if more cautious and more accurate experiments were made, then it would be possible to individualize, generalize, and establish rules, thus leading to the increase of knowledge, a knowledge which must inevitably go very far. That graphology, when more exactly and scientifically studied, can be brought to a more workable knowledge, no one can well doubt. That there is a line in some subjects beyond which we cannot go, is easy to see. Would anyone, for example, maintain that chiromancy, the study of the connection between the lines of the hand and the fate of the criminal, should be advanced to a science? No earnest man would maintain that, for the little we know of it, chiromancy is anything but doubtful, and where there is absolutely no truth there can be no development. But as regards graphology there are acknowledged facts, and it is therefore permissible to think that it is capable of development. As early as the 17th century, a work on the subject appeared, namely, the Ideographia Prosperi Autorici by Camillo Boldo. At the beginning of the 18th century, an anonymous book was published in Paris styled The Art of Judging the Character of Men by Their Handwriting. Goethe and Lavater were interested in the subject, and Heinze, who for a considerable time published appreciations of manuscripts in the Leipzig Illustrated Journal, also wrote a volume called Die Chirogrammatomenti. Other well-known experts have also written on the subject, as for example Mikons, Erlenmeyer, etc. Dr. Schultz published in 1881 Writing and its Distinctive Characteristics. Zemali, Mendius, Machmer, and many others have also written treatises from which the investigating officer can learn many things which will help him in his profession. The latest and perhaps the best work on the subject is Ames on Forgery, Its Detection and Illustration, published in Boston, Massachusetts, USA in 1901. We may say at once that there are few people so well fitted to be handwriting experts as investigating officers themselves. Ames in the work just cited states, "The expert is the man who knows," and he then proceeds to briefly consider the lines of study and experience calculated to confer the highest order of skill upon a handwriting expert. First, the study and practice of handwriting as a teacher in the constant observation, criticism, and suggestion to learners afforded by such an occupation. Second, the preparation of publications devoted to writing and other phases of penmanship, involving the careful preparation of models for the engraver and the critical scrutiny of plate reproductions of such models. Third, the preparation of critical and technical, literary and scientific instructions for the student of penmanship. Fourth, the accumulated experience arising from previous examinations of disputed writing and the multiplied precedents of court opinions, rulings, and the verdicts of juries in cases on which the expert has been previously employed. Fifth, the occupation of an engraver or lithographer, where the frequent reproduction of handwriting, and especially autographs, is involved. The careful drawing of his models upon the plates prior to engraving, and the critical comparison between models and reproductions, lead to nice distinctions and the detection of delicate personal or individual characteristics. 6. The constant professional observation of handwriting in any line of financial or commercial business tends to confer skill. It should be said here, however, that the average bank cashier or teller bases his opinions and his identifications generally upon the pictorial effect, without recourse to those minute and more delicate points upon which the skilled expert rightly places the greatest reliance. Such testimony cannot be compared for accuracy or value with that of the scientific investigator of handwriting. It follows, then, that one who is endowed with more than ordinary acuteness of observation, and has had an experience so varied and extensive as to cover most of these lines, is likely to be best fitted for critical and reliable expert work. It will be seen that an investigating officer of experience and intelligence, and we are entitled to presume that a person in the position of an investigating officer is a man of experience and intelligence, must at least have followed the fourth line of preparation laid down by Ames. A study of the books above mentioned will, as we have said, be of great service to the investigating officer. But more important still are observation and personal study, followed with zeal and regularity, which will convince investigating officers that examination of handwriting has nowadays become a science. The examination of manuscripts is of value to the investigating officer in two ways. It enables him in the first place to know his men, and next renders it possible for him to solve the preliminary question, namely, are the presumptions sufficient to assume that two writings are identical and to warrant the employment of an expert on the subject? An investigating officer is in a better position than anyone else to obtain the knowledge necessary for this. Not only has he to examine many writings, but he nearly always comes to know the author of them. He can therefore verify the conclusions he has arrived at on examining writing by personal dealings with the writer. Every criminal record offers from this point of view ample material. In the notes and signatures of the investigating officer's colleagues and clerks, and the signatures and writings of witnesses and accused persons, and often also in letters and other documents forming part of the papers in a case, sufficient material is to be found. All that is necessary is for the investigating officer to take an interest in the subject, and it must be presumed that every zealous investigating officer does so. The course to be followed is not difficult to point out. The writing must be studied and an attempt made to read all that can be read in it. The results obtained must then be compared with all the information obtainable from other sources as regards the individual in question, and finally, one must try to find out, when things are not clear, how and where a mistaken judgment has been formed. All this indeed is easy to say, but the work itself requires much time and trouble, though these are largely compensated by the interesting results obtained. As regards the first part of the work, it is necessary to proceed in the most methodical way. In the first place, it is necessary to become familiar with old forms of letters generally used by old people who have learned them many years before. But in doing so, it must not be forgotten that the employment of such forms is no absolute proof that the writer is an old person. Certain persons who have an old writing master and whose character is not very independent often employ for long afterwards or even throughout their whole lives the letters they have first learned. There are also people who have taken to the habit of using antiquated letters out of sympathy for the archaic or for an old person. In the same way, there are old people who have preserved their youthful character and who like to do everything as young people do. They follow the fashions of the day. They reject the old letters as they would an old-fashioned garment and adopt new forms of letters as soon as they come in. But this is exceptional, and as a general rule, people do not change the writing to which they have become accustomed, especially when well advanced in life. Ames cites two cases of character reading from handwriting, which show what store he lays by fashion in writing. He states as follows: Not long since the writer was present with a party of ladies and gentlemen, where the reading of character from handwriting was the subject under discussion, when one of the ladies took from her pocket two letters, and handing them to him, asked an expression of his opinion respecting their authors. Inspecting one of them, he said, "The writer was upward of 60 years of age, a careful, methodical, experienced business man, and probably the head of some corporation or large business." Inspecting the writing of the other letter, he said, "The writer of this is between 30 and 40 years of age, a keen, active man of affairs, probably the secretary or chief clerk of a corporation or a large business house." The lady who had solicited the opinion at once clapped her hands, exclaiming that nothing could be more truthful, adding that the one was president of a savings and loan company and the other was secretary of a corporation. "Now," she said, "I would just like to have you explain to me how you could tell that." The reply was, taking the first one, "Here is a strong, clear, legible, and practiced hand, very methodical, without blot, change, or erasure from beginning to end, and it is written in a round-shaped hand, which must have been learned more than 45 years ago, as that school of writing has not been taught in this country within that period." This, with the dignified, deliberate appearance of the writing, fixes his age at over 60 years, while the practiced style of writing indicates a large experience in the business world. The good judgment, taste, and accuracy manifested in the writing show corresponding traits in business, while the concise, clear, and intelligent statement of the subject matter is indicative of an able, lucid, and comprehensive grasp of business affairs. As to the other letter, he said, this is an elegant Spencerian hand which must have been learned at a much more recent date and hence by a younger man. It is written with great facility, indicating young and trained muscles in immediate practice, and the composition and subject matter is such as to indicate a mind trained and familiar with the business world. Here, therefore, is a man not above medium life and possessed of the requisite qualifications for the active duties of the secretary or chief clerk of some large business enterprise. Having determined this outside question, the next thing to be done is to see whether the writing examined is by one who writes little or much. This presents no difficulty, and though it may not be easy to express in words what is meant by a running hand, everyone knows how to distinguish an awkward, heavy, and embarrassed script from a free, practiced, and flowing one. This is exceptionally easy in the vernacular languages of India, where penmanship is a profession, and the cursive script of the ready writer is so totally different from the labored handwriting of a man who is accustomed to do little more than sign his name or address a postcard. But the result of this is of great importance, for hereby whole groups of persons may be eliminated, and it may be once for all decided that the writing in question is not that of a person belonging to such and such a group. A more difficult question is to discover the sex of the writer. Yet even when one is not accustomed to examining writing, one may in the majority of cases make this distinction without mistake. A little experience and practice will soon make it almost impossible to commit an error, and herein lies the groundwork of much success, for when one has obtained a certain sureness, one will be also able to discover feminine traits in the handwriting of a man and masculine traits in that of a woman, which will always materially contribute towards the characterization of an individual. The next problem concerns mainly the exterior forms of the writing and consists in classifying the writing of men according to their professions. Thus it is easy to recognize the rapid, light, uniform, and legible writing of the tradesmen. The writing of learned men usually presents this peculiarity that although often very illegible, the characters bear a certain resemblance to print, the reason probably being that owing to his continual reading, the writing of a savant begins to bear a certain likeness to print. The writing of soldiers is more like that of tradespeople, but it is clearer and more energetic, more sure of itself. The writing of civil servants and other officials can, as a rule, only be described as filthy. The schoolmaster who finds himself obliged to set beautiful copies to his scholars is incapable of permitting himself the luxury of a writing of his own. Even in everyday life he still writes copies. Finally, medical men who are always busy write their letters very much like their prescriptions. Nationality, moreover, is brought out in handwriting. A Frenchman or an American writes like no other person, and when one studies their handwriting carefully one comes to the conclusion that a man with the national character of a real Frenchman or a real Yankee could not possibly write otherwise than he actually does write. Of course there are exceptions, but one is tempted to agree with Dr. Friedrich Schultz, who says, "When a professor writes like a copyist, and a merchant like an artist, they have missed their vocation." No doubt here also secondary influences must be considered. The imitation of the writing of a revered person, for example one's father, or in India one's school-teacher, the imitation of some strange hand or other which one has found convenient, pretty, or original. Heredity also plays its role in this matter, as well as certain physical conditions of the body. Short-sighted people write as a rule very minutely, but all the secondary influences act either only upon the purely exterior phenomena, size of writing, distance between the lines, etc., or else they indicate certain qualities of character, spirit of imitation, want of personality, etc. To know how to distinguish these peculiarities of character is the most difficult, as it is the most important operation in examining handwriting. We write not only with the hand, but also with the brain, says Schultz, and in this he is right. Another experienced graphologist states, "Writing is not a mere chimerical art, but is an outburst of the heart, an exponent of life and character, more reliable than the delineations of the countenance to the physiognomist." The most difficult thing to do is to compare not the writings of persons of different character, but those of the same person in different moods. With much reason, the various signatures of Napoleon are usually cited in this connection. Few men have experienced so strongly as he the whole gamut of impressions, Few men have seen so many events as he: 1804, 3rd December 1805, 1806, 21st September 1812, 6th October 1812, 13th October 1813, abdication, 4th April 1814, St. Helena. What changes of destiny, what changes in disposition, what changes in writing! The study of these 8 signatures is more instructive than a whole shelf full of books. It seems quite impossible to confound the dates of the various signatures and mistake those of the zenith of the fortunes of Bonaparte for that made by him at St. Helena. We need not deal with peculiarities of handwriting which are the outcome of an illness. Such cases are for the medical man. It is the duty of an investigating officer to question a doctor whenever he finds extraordinary phenomena in the handwriting of an accused. Such phenomena are, for example, letters and words in the wrong place, inability to transcribe words and writing without making mistakes, peculiar and disused forms of letters, letters and words which can easily be confused, in short, anything unusual and unnatural. There is no doubt that many brain diseases, for example paralysis, are discoverable in writing long before any trace of the infirmity is otherwise noticeable. It is important for the lawyer to remember that stutterers, when they are idiots, write as they speak. In the first place, they frequently make needless and incomprehensible scratchings in the middle of the writing, and in the second place, they leave out letters. For example, for the frog is green, they write, the fog is geen. In anonymous, threatening, insulting, and stupid letters, and writings received from idiots, such lapses alone frequently betray them. There are also certain exterior phenomena not so difficult to determine, the influence of which upon writing is very important for investigating officers. They may be easily discovered if one has at one's disposal, for purposes of comparison, one or several specimens of the writing of a man when these influences have not been acting. But they may also be determined when one has no such independent writing with which to compare the matter under examination. That a writing has been dictated may be established by the presence of certain faults, which could only exist through words having been badly heard, or because the writing and spelling show a degree of culture inferior to that of the wording of the document, and above all, because it is evident that the writing has been done without thinking. What this means can hardly be expressed in words, but it may be understood by examining a writing which one is certain has taken much trouble to execute. It will be noticed that there is a particular connection between the writing and the work of the mind, which is always missing in a writing which has been dictated. The same may be said of a copy, which as a rule is more carefully done than a writing done straight away. Corrections are few, and the writing has a certain appearance of completion. The same is also noteworthy in forgeries which have the character of copies owing to the way in which the pen is dipped in the ink. Let us first consider a piece of dictation or a rough draft having no erasures and written right off with no considerable pauses for reflection. When writing with the same pen and the same ink, etc., each time a dip is taken, the same quantity of ink is taken on the pen and about the same number of words written. When the ink on the pen is nearly done, the letters become paler and are clearly distinguishable from the other and blacker letters. But nervous and excitable persons do not wait till there is no more ink on the pen. They take more ink long before they need, thus betraying by the total absence of pale places their state of nervous excitability. The paler parts may be easily discovered with a magnifying glass, and once found we know when the writer has dipped his pen in the ink. These places should then be marked and the letters written with each dip counted. If the number of letters between the dips is almost identical, the writing may be presumed to have been written at once or from dictation. The writer has dipped his pen in the ink at the moment when there was no more ink on it to go on with. But if a noticeable difference be found between the number of letters in each group, the counting must be continued. Let us suppose that the number of letters in several groups is the same and that all at once the number becomes very much greater. The conclusion to be drawn is that the writing has been interrupted, as, for example, for reflection. He has stopped writing when there was still ink on his pen. He has then reflected, or taken a pull at his pipe or his peg, redipped his pen in the ink and started writing again, so that there are no pale letters at that particular place, and the distance between the two pale places is therefore considerable. Of course, a person dictating may also make pauses, but the dictated matter has other characteristic signs which prevent any confusion. These remarks do not of course apply to those who use fountain pens. It is quite otherwise with a copy. The copyist dips his pen not only when he needs ink, but also frequently does so on reading over and assimilating portions of the matter he is copying. If a person be observed while copying, it will be noticed that he takes more ink whenever he begins a new paragraph, though he does not really require it. The consequence is that pale places are either entirely wanting in a copy or come at very irregular intervals. As regards very exact copies, as, for example, in imitating a writing, the personal experience of the author is that pale places do not exist at all. The forger makes each stroke slowly, one after the other, or else but one or two at a time, looking at the model continually as he does so. He therefore takes advantage of these natural pauses to dip his pen in the ink, with the result that pale letters do not exist at all. Another phenomenon, the effect of which is also not difficult to recognize, consists in haste or marked carefulness. Haste in writing is characterized by large irregular letters with the angles round rather than sharp. The writing quickly loses its primary direction. Straight writing becomes sloping, and sloping writing straight. The distance between the lines is irregular. The final strokes of the words, especially at the end of a paragraph, are elongated, and the position of the writing on the page is not observed, as may be seen from the margins at the top, bottom, and sides of the paper. Converse phenomena may be observed in writing where special care has been exercised. The first thing to notice is that a new pen has been taken on beginning to write. The letters written therewith being unmistakably sharp and fine, the writing is much smaller, the angles of the letters more pronounced, the full slopes around, that is, do not tail towards the right. The paragraphs are well separated from one another. In short, the exterior form of the writing has been carefully attended to. A person who is forging a document finds it necessary to take special care over each detail, and the more he attempts to hide this care, the more it is betrayed. His desire is to make believe that he is writing with a running hand, when in fact he is taking the greatest trouble in the world. An individual who is capable of falsifying a writing so that it really has the appearance of a running hand knows his business au fond, and is a past master in the art of forgery. But every imperfection in his writing will at once reveal a contradiction, although at first it may be difficult to say in what it consists. Only after further consideration will it be possible to say, the writing is by a running hand, and yet it is not so. Once this result is attained, the answer to the puzzle is clear. The writing is made to pass for a running hand, but has not in fact been written with a running hand. It is much the same with a transcript. It is generally carefully done, and there are few corrections, but the whole has a certain stiff appearance. End of section 35. Recording by Andrea Rovney, Weatherford, Texas.
Section 36 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him continued. As important, and moreover not difficult to recognize, is when a person has written under conditions different from those to which he is accustomed. We all write quite differently when sitting at home at our own desk and using our own writing materials, undergoing no strange influence, than with a wretched office pen we have to sign our name, on our feet, bending over unaccustomed paper. To find out such derangement in accustomed habits, it is unnecessary to proceed to comparison. One has only to note the form of the letters to become convinced that the writer is accustomed to use the pen, but at the same time that the whole writing shows a certain awkwardness. It is, of course, true that if a person is not a practiced writer, it will be very difficult to say whether or not he has written in normal conditions. This is very common in India in the case of signatories and witnesses, who frequently can write only their names and a few common words. The most important thing that an investigating officer can extract from a writing is, in every case, the character of an individual. To be able to do so is partly a matter of natural disposition and partly a matter of experience. In the following pages, the author will point out how this experience may be acquired, and will consider, in a general way, the value attaching to handwriting and how it ought to be appreciated. Persons who are convinced that the examination of handwriting is able to give information on a number of matters, and who seriously desire to undertake the study of this science, will be well advised to proceed methodically. As to those who only wish to study the subject superficially, they will pass by on one side all that is of real fascination in the pursuit. In proceeding methodically, the learner must first make a collection of manuscripts of persons whose character, age, occupation, etc. are well known to him. These manuscripts should be taken one by one and read ad hoc, i.e., with the intention of finding some definite peculiarity. For example, in an old man's writing, everything which may be considered as the result of age, such as antiquated expressions, trembling script, awkwardness, archaic forms of letters, etc. All such indications will be noted and similar peculiarities searched for, first in manuscripts written by person of the same age, and afterwards in all the others at one's disposal. If, in the latter, phenomena are also met with which one has so far believed to be the signs of advanced years, one will try to find out the reason for their existence in the writing of the younger persons, and will leave on one side all the characteristics not specially belonging to the writing of old persons. If later one comes into possession of another of these latter mentioned writings, it will be verified with respect to these characteristics, and the new data obtained will be added to the list already commenced. This register will undergo many alterations. New distinctive signs will often be discovered, but on the other hand, peculiarities also found in the handwriting of young persons will continue to crop up and must be struck out of the list. The same procedure will be followed in making lists from every imaginable point of view, from the point of view of age, sex, size, nationality, position, profession, occupation, intellectual condition, natural disposition, benevolence or penuriousness, boldness or timidity, morality, inclinations, qualities, character, physical and mental organization, situation in life, and often the intention of a writer, in sum, all those quantities which go to make up human nature. And this work will be double. In the first place, the point of departure will be the writer, and the writing must be searched for signs of some special tendencies really forming part of the character of an individual. We know, for instance, that he is a weak man, and we look for indications of a weak character in the writing. When we believe we have discovered such signs, they must be noted and accurately verified, as was done when drawing up the list of distinctive signs of old age. In the second place, our point of departure will be the writing itself, and in it we will try to discover everything that can be discovered, and verify it until the results arrived at coincide with those we have obtained from our study of the individual. When this work has been practiced for some time, the result obtained may be that the information concerning the individual will not correspond with the indications drawn from the writing, but at the same time it will be found that it is not the latter indications, but the former that are inaccurate. Writing never lies, and it will prove our former opinion to have been fallacious. After having examined in this way all the manuscripts at one's disposal, it is necessary to group them. We should compare them, keeping in view the questions of age, sex, special peculiarities, and finally the kind of manuscript, hurried notes, careful work, etc. As soon as a grouping from a particular point of view has been made, the writings should be attentively examined for such common characters as may be easily remembered. It is in the highest degree suggestive and interesting to make and study such groups and manuscripts. When one has begun to become interested in this kind of work, one soon gives one's self up to it with a passion which grows all the more as little by little one discovers the enormous profit to be obtained therefrom. This profit increases in proportion to the skill of the operator, and the pleasure the latter finds in his occupation increases in like proportion. Criminalists have at their disposal material of high value only accessible to themselves, such as the signatures of persons who have been judicially examined, along with their general description and depositions. When carrying on this study of manuscripts, a document, such as a deposition, should never be handled without an attempt to gain some profit by that study. First look at the signature, and read all that can be read in it. Then, relying on the facts set out in the deposition itself, the accuracy of the opinion formed therefrom may be verified. With a little practice, this does not take long, and the minutes lost are largely compensated for by what is otherwise gained. One soon begins to do this out of habit, and does not neglect it even when in a hurry. A glance taken at the end of the deposition, and we immediately conclude, artisan, 40 or 50 years old, open-hearted, trustworthy, honest, small in stature, careless. Then the description, profession, age, etc. is looked at, and our opinion found to be accurate. Then the tenor of the document is examined, and our opinion again borne out. More time is required when the opinions formed do not agree with the facts found, for then the fault must be sought for. But soon one seldom or never makes a mistake. This study takes up but little time, presents a variety of surprises, and becomes as interesting as it is useful. The author advises everyone to study handwriting in this way. Another almost mechanical method of seizing peculiarities in writing may be here mentioned. All that is necessary to be done is to go over the writing with a dry pen, piece of pointed wood, or even, after some practice, simply with the eyes, exactly following the outlines of the characters. But this must be done almost as quickly as if one were writing oneself. Without exaggerating anything, and without being the dupe of one's imagination, one finds oneself, when doing this, transported into a particular state of mind, corresponding to that governing the writer when actually writing the documents under examination. One experiences nervous excitement, irritation, pleasure, or anger, when the writer has been excited, irritated, pleased, or angry. Nor does one only feel the disposition of the individual at the moment when he has been writing, but also the peculiarities of his character and nature. For this, however, a certain amount of practice and a capacity for feeling the emotions of others are necessary. Here again it is important to re-examine a writing for the purposes of verification, when one has subsequently become better informed about an individual. When, for example, the writing of an accused has been examined and a certain opinion formed about him, the whole work should be done over again and the two results re-examined when, subsequently, his guilt or innocence has been definitely established. When the identity of two writings has to be established, there is nothing else to do but to apply to a particular case what one has already learned from an appreciation of handwriting. He who in comparing two writings only places them side by side in order to find resemblances or differences, will discover absolutely nothing, or if he do discover anything, it will be in an exceptionally easy case. The only correct method is to study, examine, and determine the characteristics of each writing apart, and then to compare the results obtained, but not the writings themselves. Only after having carefully done this can the two documents be compared together for resemblances and differences. Now for this, it is necessary to have special notions of what is meant by the words resemblance and difference. We do not understand by this mere similarity or dissimilarity in the form of the letters. Everyone makes the same letter in quite a different way at different times, even indeed often in the same line. And besides, it is easy to imitate each letter, even the most characteristic. The identicality of letters really only exists if the same brain has formed them, if they proceed from the same thought, the same character, and the same nature. Two letters may have a marked air of resemblance, but they are always different from one another if the same brain has not dictated them, or if they have not been written in the same mood. This is the alpha and omega of all appreciation of writing. The man who is capable of finding this difference will be able to formulate a correct judgment. It is true that in addition to this, other processes exist which may help us in judging a writing. It is useful, for instance, whenever writing is to be examined critically, to draw certain lines which enable characteristic peculiarities to be discovered. These lines are horizontal or demarcating lines. 4 of them should be drawn, such as we see in the first writing books of children, but instead of being straight, these lines will be broken, joining exactly the upper and lower extremities of all the letters. The straightest line will be that joining the lower edge of the letters without loops or tails, A, C, E, M, N, O, etc. Taken together, the 4 lines will present characteristic peculiarities very important for comparison. But if a writing has been forged, and in consequence written slowly and with many pauses, the direction of the line alters in a most noticeable way, for the pen after each pause no longer finds the exact point at which it would have continued to write, had no interruption taken place. The line will therefore be markedly interrupted, though the characteristic distances between the lines may not at all be lost. If the case is an important one, the documents should be, and are as a rule, photographed. These photographs may then be handled at will, and many things are often discovered in them which are missed when examining the document itself. Further, interruptions in words taken singly are very important. As a rule, words are written without stopping, and in one continuous stroke. There are, however, exceptions. 1. When the word is so long that one is obliged to move the forearm which rests on the table, the pen is also moved. 2. When, also in long words, near the commencement of the word, an I has to be dotted or a T stroked. When these signs come at the end of a word, one as a rule writes the whole word without placing the sign. In other cases, the word is usually interrupted in the middle, the sign being placed and the word continued. Take, for example, the word misunderstanding. One probably stops after the first S and dots the I, and then goes on to the end of the word before dotting the I in ing, and finally stroking the T. 3. When certain letters do not join easily with others, as, for example, S, or after certain capital letters, B, Z, D, etc. Sometimes also after certain small letters, G, D, L. And finally, one sometimes breaks off in the middle of a letter itself, for example, in P, D, K. 4. When the person writing has got into the habit of breaking off frequently without any particular reason. In every case, such interruptions are characteristic of all writings, and must on that account be minutely studied both in the undisputed and the disputed documents. If there is forgery or falsification in the latter, it will be noticed that the interruptions are few and unnatural, that is, they cannot be explained by one of the above cited reasons. The interruption is made simply to look at the model and for reflection. This, indeed, is the infallible sign of the forged writing. An important substratum for further and often important observation is the handwriting of school children, that is, in the country where the children do the writing for the whole household. School copybooks, or parts of them, have before now played an important part in criminal cases, and the best, often the only, help has been given by the schoolmaster, who has known the handwriting of a scholar with certainty. That one should avail oneself of such help is self-evident. The way in which the pen is held should also be considered, i.e., whether both points of the pen are pressed equally, or whether one of the points is pressed more or less heavily than the other. As a rule, it is difficult to change the way in which one holds or presses a pen. Finally, the observations which have already been made above with regard to dipping the pen in the ink and the interruptions consequent thereon are very important. As to the spelling, upon which too much value is often placed, it proves absolutely nothing. The forger may know how to spell, and yet intentionally introduce mistakes into what he is writing. He may also make many mistakes in his ordinary writing, while in the forged document he may have looked up some of the words in a dictionary. Besides, nothing prevents him from having it corrected by another person. If there are faults both in the undisputed as well as in the disputed writing, and these faults are not identical, this also proves nothing. It must not be forgotten that only a person who writes without mistakes observes the rules of grammar. A person who cannot spell follows no rule, at least generally speaking. Sometimes he makes one fault, sometimes another, and sometimes he will write the word correctly just by chance. Those who, like investigating officers, are accustomed to read letters from all sorts of people, know how much the spelling of uneducated persons differs. Ames gives some interesting information regarding tracing. There are, he says, two general methods of perpetrating forgeries, one by the aid of tracing, the other by free handwriting. These methods differ widely in detail, according to the circumstances of each case. Tracing can only be employed when a signature or writing is present in the exact or approximate form of the desired reproduction. It may then be done by placing the writing to be forged upon a transparency over a strong light, and then superimposing the paper upon which the forgery is to be made. The outline of the writing underneath will then appear sufficiently plain to enable it to be traced with pen or pencil, so as to produce a very accurate copy upon the superimposed paper. If the outline is with a pencil, it is afterward marked over with ink. Again, tracings are made by placing transparent tracing paper over the writing to be copied, and then following the lines over with a pencil. This tracing is then penciled or blackened upon the obverse side. When it is placed upon the paper on which the forgery is to be made, the lines upon the tracing are retraced with a stylus or other smooth, hard point, which impresses upon the paper underneath a faint outline, which serves as a guide to the forged imitation. In forgeries perpetrated by the aid of tracing, the internal evidence is more or less conclusive, according to the skill of the forger. In the perpetration of a forgery, the mind, instead of being occupied in the usual function of supplying matter to be recorded, devotes its special attention to the superintendence of the hand, directing its movements, so that the hand no longer glides naturally and automatically over the paper, but moves slowly and with a halting, vacillating motion, as the eye passes to and from the copy to the pen, moving under the specific control of the will. Evidence of such a forgery is manifest in the formal, broken, nervous lines, and uneven flow of the ink, and the often retouched lines and shades. These evidences are unmistakable when studied with the aid of a microscope. Also, further evidence is adduced by a careful comparison of the disputed writing, noting the pen pressure or absence of any of the delicate unconscious forms, relations, shades, etc., characteristic of the standard writing. Forgeries by tracing usually present a close resemblance in general form to the genuine documents, and are therefore most sure to deceive the unfamiliar or casual observer. It sometimes happens that the original writing from which the tracings were made is discovered, in which case the closely duplicated forms will be positive evidence of forgery. The degree to which one signature or writing duplicates another may be readily seen by placing one over the other and holding them to a window or other strong light, or by close comparative measurements. Traced forgeries, however, are not, as is usually supposed, necessarily exact duplicates of their originals, since it is very easy to move the paper by accident or design while the tracing is being made, or while making the transfer copy from it, so that while it serves as a guide to the general features of the original, it will not, when tested, be an exact duplication. The danger of an exact duplication is quite generally understood by persons having any knowledge of forgery, and is therefore avoided. Another difficulty is that the very delicate features of the original writing are more or less obscured by the opaqueness of two sheets of paper, and are therefore changed or omitted from the forged simulation, and their absence is usually supplied, through force of habit, by equally delicate unconscious characteristics from the writing of the forger himself. Again, the forger rarely possesses the requisite skill to exactly reproduce his tracing. Many of the minutiae of the original writing are more or less microscopic, and for that reason pass unobserved by the forger. Outlines of writing to be forged are sometimes simply drawn with a pencil and then worked up in ink. Such outlines will not usually furnish so good an imitation as to form, since they depend wholly upon the imitative skill of the forger. Besides the above-mentioned evidences of forgery by tracing, where pencil or carbon guidelines are used, which must necessarily be removed by rubber, there are liable to remain some slight fragments of the tracing lines, while the mill finish of the paper will be impaired and its fiber more or less torn out, so as to lie loose upon the surface. Also, the ink will be more or less ground off from the paper, thus giving the lines a gray and lifeless appearance. And as retouchings are usually made after the guidelines have been removed, the ink, wherever they occur, will have a blacker and fresher appearance than elsewhere. All these phenomena are plainly manifest under the microscope. Where the tracing is made directly with pen and ink over a transparency, as is often done, no rubbing is necessary, and of course the phenomena arising from rubbing do not appear. In concluding this section, the author would add that there are distinguished experts in handwriting who often proceed in conformity with really scientific principles. To these we may confide without apprehension work within their competence. But we must not neglect to make our own observations in order to compare them with those of the expert in the interests of our inquiry. On the other hand, there are experts who proceed in an unscientific and cut-and-dried way. When we have only such at our disposal, it is much better to do the work ourselves. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by vi-vii in June 2015. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. Section 37. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him. Section 9. Photography. A. Importance of photography from a judicial point of view. Photography is indeed neither an art nor a science. Its artistic or scientific claims it owes to various arts and a great number of sciences, but the debts it has incurred have been paid with usury. It may be said nowadays that there is no art or science which has not recourse to photography and does not owe it precious and incalculable benefits. Especially brilliant are the services rendered by photography to the criminal law. However recent the applications of photography in criminal matters may be, yet today they are none the less multitudinous, and there even exists a whole series but dimly foreshadowed. We know approximately that we are able to employ photography in certain circumstances, and how we ought to do so, and yet we know but an infinitesimal number of the cases in which it may be useful. The number of these cases will increase, for we are not content with having direct recourse to photography properly so called, but profit besides by all the applications of photography in other sciences. Whoever reads a photographic review without losing sight of the part played by photography in criminal matters will soon be convinced that, perhaps in a very short time, we will be in a position to apply new principles to at least some questions. We benefit moreover from the following circumstances. We have among lawyers a pretty considerable number of amateur photographers who know how photography may be made use of in criminal cases. We need not therefore fear that precious discoveries and experiments will remain unapplied. No doubt we must proceed systematically and gather together everything which may be of assistance in this connection. To obtain a bird's-eye view of the matter, two questions may be asked with regard to the services of photography. What are the services it may render to criminalists today, and what are the services which we may expect from it in the future? As regards the former, it would be necessary for the jurist as well as the amateur photographer, and generally speaking every person conversant with the applications of photography, to continually ask if, in the particular case he is studying, recourse cannot be had to photography. As regards the latter point, it must be asked in what sense photography will have to be developed to solve such and such a difficulty. After this, all the experiments made when questions are asked must be gathered together for subsequent profit. Today, Röntgen rays have become of immeasurable importance to us, for it can be said that they, in certain cases, bring the same certainty as to the living body that in the dead only post-mortem examination can afford. That thus extraordinary results are achieved need not be insisted upon. A full review of the many cases in which Röntgen photographs can already today be used from the forensic standpoint is to be found in the works of Goldfield, Levinson, Nessel, Gaspard, Benedict, Holzknecht, Stölzing, and Tröger. The rapidity with which these questions have developed is shown by the fact that in the third edition of this book we wrote, what the French, namely Dr. Grasse in Montpellier and Dr. Ferrul in Narbonne, have reported about seeing through solid bodies may well be a little exaggerated. Let us first deal with the personality of the photographer who comes to the aid of the investigating officer. Here we are able to make a distinction, at least in theory. Many cases occur where it is merely necessary to photograph without worrying whether the result is more or less successful. It is always possible to rectify and correct in the report of the case even grave faults in a photograph. Such photographs may be, for example, the place of a fire, the position of an individual who has been killed, the scene of a railway accident, landslip, or explosion, etc. If the photograph does not produce an exact impression, it may be stated in the report as follows. The distance between the buildings A and B does not seem so far to the eye as on the photograph. It only extends according to measurements to double the length of the house A. Or, the position of a corpse was not so perpendicular as might be believed from the photograph. The grass upon which it lay was sloping about 12 degrees. Such photographic proofs, where it is only required to give an idea of localities or reproduce the position of objects, the general impression, or certain details, may be made by anyone who has taken up photography. It is not necessary to call in the professional photographer expressly for the purpose. The amateur photographer is more than sufficient. And as it is often embarrassing, or at least costly, to engage a professional photographer, it is desirable that the greater number of investigating officers become amateur photographers. In this way photographs may be obtained in numerous criminal cases, thus elucidating the case and facilitating the work. It is in this way that the well-known chemical legist Dr. Paul Jeserich has worked for many years. On commissions which he has attended he has never ceased to insist upon the importance of photographs from a criminal point of view. Photography, he says, is entirely objective and always impartial. It is capable of fixing certain details which may perhaps be of subsequent importance and of which no one has dreamed at the time of the inspection of localities. It is for this reason that the sensible advice is given of taking several views from different sides, for it frequently happens that at the time of the visit to the scene of the crime the important and decisive side cannot yet be indicated. And indeed many investigating officers have already recognized the importance of photography. We often find appended to the report of an inspection of a locality a photograph made by an investigating officer in his capacity of amateur photographer, and it is needless to add that the report has gained enormously in clearness and simplicity thereby. No doubt the State cannot order every investigating officer to buy a photographic camera and its accessories, to procure all the necessary chemicals, and impose upon him the always wearisome duty of developing, printing, washing, fixing, and mounting. But little by little it will recognize the importance of photography from a criminal standpoint. The State ought to facilitate the use of photography and furnish photographic apparatus not only to criminal courts, but also to all important police stations. Almost everywhere will be found an investigating officer or head constable who will learn to work it and who will take over the business. By buying a large number of cameras, their price, which is nowadays not high, will be far from excessive, and the profit obtained therefrom will largely compensate the initial outlay. So much for cases in which the investigating officer himself, or through a photographer called in by him, ought and can take photographs. It is quite otherwise in cases in which the scientific photographer, or rather the photographic scientist, comes in. It is these latter cases which give to photography the important and unexpected place which it occupies in criminal investigations. It has already assumed this position, though it may as yet be in its infancy, and every day may bring to light a new side of its importance. Perchance in a little while we shall hardly be able to understand how we were able formerly to conduct any case without invoking at each moment the aid of scientific photography. It seems absolutely impossible to exaggerate the importance photography will assume several years hence. But care should be taken not to hope for too much. A short time ago, for example, a question was raised. Can a thought be brought onto a photographic plate? Mr. Ingalls Rogers seeks to answer this in The Amateur Photographer. His efforts are indeed remarkable. He fixed postage stamps on a black card and gazed at them for a moment. The room was then darkened and the sensitive photographic plate was fixed in the same place where the stamps had been. When Rogers examined the plate 20 minutes later, he found 2 clear pictures of the stamps upon it. These are reproduced in The Amateur Photographer. But were they really the stamps thought about? It is difficult to indicate the line of demarcation between the work of the ordinary photographer and of the scientific photographer. This depends on the one hand upon the case itself, and on the other upon the photographer. One case may be so simple that any photographer, no matter who, may suffice. Another may be so difficult that the man of science will be obliged to call in aid the whole of his knowledge. On other occasions it will be the previous culture of the photographer which will tell us whether or not he is capable of doing the work. In a special case, if the investigating officer has some idea of drawing, physics, etc., he will set to work, when another, deprived of these qualifications, would have to abstain. In the following pages some examples will be cited in which recourse may be had to photographers, but no distinction will be made between the work of the ordinary and that of the scientific photographer. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dahlman. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Coyer Adam. The expert in how to make use of him. Continued. B. Particular cases of the employment of photography. It is hardly possible to exhaust by complete enumeration the number of cases in which photography may be employed. It would be necessary to gather together with great trouble all cases known to date, and, even if all were registered, the list would no longer be complete tomorrow. No other pretension is here made than to give a few examples in order to encourage others to search out new realms in which photography is capable of rendering us service. Speaking generally, it may be said that it should always be employed when it is desired to obtain absolutely objective, permanent, and easily controlled proofs capable of bringing about a conviction. The sensitized plate is the new retina of the man of science. Professor W. Vogel. It may then be said that photography may be employed every time that there is room to suppose that the camera sees further than the eye, or, if it does not see further, each time that an object should be fixed for future reference. The photograph is the image reflected by a mirror, but it is a fixed image. This definition itself proves that photography, however paradoxical the assertion it may appear, shows us more than the eye, even when it shows us no more than the eye can see. A painter, and especially a portrait painter, after having worked for a certain time, places his portrait before a mirror and considers the image which the latter reflects. He often discovers great faults which he was incapable of seeing upon the portrait itself. The reason is that when one looks for a long time at an object, especially when one has been doing so since its origin, and been assisting at the whole of its development, one always sees it under the same aspect, which prevents certain defects from being noticed. But when the image is reflected by a mirror, one sees the object under lateral inversion, and in consequence under another aspect. Details may then perhaps be discovered which formerly escaped notice. In photography exactly the same may be said. An object has been observed with great minuteness and application. A whole series of observations have been made regarding it. Nothing striking has been noticed about it because one has become accustomed to its appearance. But if it be photographed, the new color, the new situation, and the new aspect enable us to see it from another point of view, and reveal fresh details which have yet to be discovered. Here, then, we have to start with quite a number of cases in which photography may be useful, that is to say, each time that an object and its particular relation and position with respect to other objects is difficult or impossible to explain. For example, in the case of an accident supposed to have been caused by a criminal hand, but which cannot easily be explained in its entirety, the photograph of the scene of the accident will be able to perhaps at once, perhaps later, to furnish the desired explanation. It is the same when one has doubts regarding the manner in which thieves have set to work in a burglary. When the position of the corpse is unnatural, when conclusions may be drawn from that position without having sufficient proof for doing so at one's disposal, and finally, when it is a question of the appearance of wounds, writings, results of arson, etc., we have all had occasion to say, "This position ought to give me an important clue for finding the correct point of view." Such a reflection ought to always make us photograph the object. The photograph, in fact, procures us another point of view, another way of looking at things, and often the desired explanation. And if the investigating officer, who has himself seen the surroundings of the offense, does not find the solution, perhaps another, to whom the photograph is subsequently shown, will find it therein. But if no photograph exists, no one will any longer have the exact position of the object before his eyes, and we shall never obtain the explanation we are looking for. Another class of cases exists in which objects may be photographed. First, on every occasion on which it is the duty of the investigating officer to see and describe an object and its position in such a manner that persons who have subsequently to deal with the case may be enabled to form as clear an idea thereon as possible. Theoretically, the judge trying the case, the public prosecutor, the expert, the counsel for the defense, and the jury or assessors ought to see everything the investigating officer has seen. As this is generally impossible, the investigating officer has to supply the lack of a direct view by description. But how much clearer, more convincing, and more objective this description would be if he had supplemented it with photographs. In cases such as the following we ought to photograph: places where a man has been killed, where there has been a quarrel, where a child has been abandoned, where a person has been a victim of an accident, the scene of a fire, the scene of an important railway smash, boiler explosion, collapse of a bridge, house or other building, the scene of a burglary, dacoity, or the counterfeiting of a coin, a disputed water channel in cases of rioting connected therewith, and many others which will occur to the mind as occasion arises. We will here cite a typical example demonstrating that photography may aid us even without our knowledge. During the riots at the time of the marriage of Prince Croy at Brussels, several young men were arrested who pretended that they had taken no part in the affray, and had been carried into the crowd by chance and against their will. But a policeman happened to notice that an amateur photographer had not allowed the occasion to escape of taking an instantaneous photograph of the riot from his window. The photographer was asked for a proof, which was immediately enlarged, and it turned out that several of the young men under arrest, the so-called passive spectators, were in the photograph. They were distinctly recognizable, and as unhappily they were represented with mouths wide open to shout and arms in the air, brandishing sticks. They immediately gave up their line of defense that they had been dragged into the disturbance against their will. A report of a similar case appeared in the Daily Express at the time of the assassination of President McKinley. During that fatal visit of the murdered president to the Buffalo exhibition, the cinematograph was of course in constant activity. An exquisite series of living pictures showed the president as he delivered his address and shook hands with the people who approached him. All of his movements shortly before the moment when the fatal bullet struck him were fixed upon the films. When some days later these living photographs were developed at the Edison laboratory and examined by the officers of the Criminal Investigation Department, a discovery was made of the greatest importance. Among the closely packed multitude surging around McKinley, one face and figure stood out with striking distinctness. It was Cosglass, The first pictures of the series show the president as he steps on the platform and begins his speech. A man is seen next making his way with difficulty through the crowd. Various people whom he pushes recklessly aside turn around on him with angry looks. Undisturbed, however, he forges ahead and seems to succeed in making his way through the living wall. Then he stands still for a second and turns his face unsuspectingly towards the camera. Desperate resolution can be seen in his eyes. Then he goes on further, pushing and thrusting until he is almost immediately before the president. Again he faces the camera. At this moment he seems agitated and excited. Now his hat is knocked over his eyes and hastily he puts it back. He then looks wildly around and appears as if waiting for someone in the multitude and expecting a signal. Thousands of people are in the picture with him, but most of them stand with their backs to the camera. The features of all who turn around are clear enough to make them recognizable in the photograph. From these films, drawings were taken for the secret police service, with the object of discovering by their help some clue in the confederates of the murderer. Acquittals have also been brought about by accidental photography. The amateur photographer relates how an Englishman was accused in Rio de Janeiro of a murder of his Brazilian colleague. A few days before, the two had a violent quarrel, but this was stated to have been amicably made up, and on the day in question they went together for a sail in the harbor in a small yacht. In the evening the Englishman returned with the dead body of his friend on board, and stoutly maintained that the death was due to an accident, his companion having fallen from the masthead on to the deck. An oar was missing, and the medical experts gave it as their opinion that death was the result of a blow on the head with a stick, and that an oar might possibly have been the weapon used. An inquiry was proceeded with, and the previous quarrel made things look very black against the accused. Now a passenger on a steamer had happened to take a snapshot of the harbor, and on developing it, a dark spot was noticed on the white sail of a small yacht which chanced to be in the neighborhood. On this being enlarged, the spot proved to be the body of a man falling from the mast, thus conclusively proving the truth of the Englishman's story and bringing about his acquittal. Apart from such situations, perishable objects of those likely to change their appearance should also be photographed. Firstly, wounds, especially when the instrument with which they have been made is unknown, or when the relative position of the aggressor and the victim is doubtful, or when it is not certain whether the wound has been inflicted upon a person while living or after death. Secondly, footprints, impressions of which cannot be taken and whose relative position is of some importance. It may even be said that all footprints ought to be photographed before the impression of them is taken. Thus provision would be made against every eventuality, for the impression may not succeed and the footprint may be destroyed. Thirdly, the same holds with fingerprints upon the body of a victim of an assault or upon other objects. Apart from their scientific interpretation, the size, shape, and general appearance may be of great importance. See post-section 11, Fingerprints. Fourthly, the position of a person killed ought to always be photographed, and from different sides, if one is sure that the corpse is still in its original position and has not been moved by earlier comers. A whole series of important clues will, the author believes, be furnished by the following property of the photographic process. This process renders red and brown darker and clearer than they appear to the eye, and the photographic plate also reproduces the colors red and brown even when a human eye cannot see them at all. This peculiarity explains the often cited case of the smallpox woman. A woman apparently in the best of health had her photograph taken, and when the photographer developed the negative, he noticed that the face and the neck were spotted over with a multitude of dark marks. Yet the photographer did not remember having seen such marks upon the skin of the woman. His astonishment was increased when he learnt that the woman had become ill some days later, and that her illness was smallpox. This fact is only explicable on the assumption that the marks of the illness were already existent when she posed for her photograph, but they were not yet but slightly red, and that the sensitized plate had registered them when the human eye was unable to perceive them. Experts in color are also aware of similar phenomena. Photographs sometimes show marks on the face, for example on the cheeks, which are not noticed naturally. These are old injuries which the lapse of years has rendered invisible to the eye, but they have left a little redness which is clearly brought out by photography. These remarkable facts lead us to believe that it is possible, in a general way, to render brown and red marks, yet in a latent state, visible by photography. Every pressure exercised on the skin of man results in the breaking or at least in the inflaming of small veins, and each time redness is produced. If the pressure has been very feeble, the redness will exist objectively, but will not be discernible by the eye. This redness is particularly common after scratches, attempts at strangulation, blows with a fist, falls, squeezing, and also after inflammation caused by poison, heat, rubbing, etc., when the attacks are not severe. But for most cases, the important thing is not to prove that there has been an attack of a particular violence. It suffices to know that there has been an attack, and the traces must be looked for on both the victim and his aggressor, who no doubt wishes to pass them off as marks of resistance in the case of legitimate defense. The question is especially serious if the victim has been wounded when already at the point of death, and when the beats of the heart are already weakened. In these cases, the blood can no longer spurt forcefully from the injured blood vessels, and even an energetic attack may produce only slight redness. It is easy to conjecture cases which may be met with in practice. For example, a person has been suffocated by cushions or other soft articles, so that no exterior trace of violence can be perceived. The verdict would most likely be natural death, but the photograph will perhaps discover very distinct traces of strangulation, or perhaps indicate that the individual in question has been firmly held and then stifled. In the same way, there may be found on an individual who has apparently committed suicide by hanging, bruises or effusions of blood towards the skin which the eye will not notice, but which the photographic plate will render visible. These contusions will often permit of the supposition that death has been preceded by a struggle. See Chapter 16, Section 4. It is also important to establish the existence of traces of resistance on the person of the supposed aggressor. The person assaulted may have given him blows or scratches or attempted to choke him, but so feebly that the camera is alone able to discover the marks. Moreover, the redness produced, we are of course always dealing with white-skinned persons, may have been very distinct at first and have disappeared by the time of arrest, so that only photography can establish its existence. It therefore seems the right thing to do in all cases of suspicious death of white persons to have the corpse photographed as well as the suspected assailant, when resistance is believed to have been offered, and to search on the body for traces of redness. Nor ought we forget objects from which an attempt has been made to obliterate marks of blood, for example, linen, floors, walls, etc. It is difficult to submit large surfaces to chemical and microscopic examination, but if they be photographed, perhaps the places where such marks exist will be discovered. In the particular spot once found, microscopic and chemical examination may be proceeded with. See Chapter 14, Section 4. In certain circumstances, the photographing of internal organs may be also recommended. For example, the brain, mucous membrane of the respiratory channels or stomach, when it is not known whether such redness is natural or not. In poisoning cases, it may be possible to determine with greater accuracy the moment which the poison has been absorbed. When, for example, fairly large particles of arsenic remain for some time attached to the mucous membrane of the stomach, the latter becomes inflamed at the places where the arsenic has remained longest. If this redness is imperceptible to the eye, it is possible for photography to discover it, and therefrom can be deduced the length of time that the arsenic has been in the stomach. Footnote on the page. As regards the photography of latent red marks, the editors request that anyone who may make experiments in the matter to communicate the results to them, especially with reference to dark-skinned persons. End footnote. With respect to this, it should be remarked in a general way that on an ordinary photographic plate, colors do not come out as in the reality. That is to say, they do not make the same light and dark impression as they make in nature. Even those plates known as orthochromatic plates are incapable of completely remedying this. Red and brown become, as has been said, darker. Blue and violet generally appear lighter, but also at times darker according to the chemical nature of the coloring matter. Fluorescent bodies influence the shades of the colors in various ways. Green generally becomes somewhat darker, yet bodies are known, for example the green flower of the gooseberry, which comes out quite light. Natural colors photograph better than artificial. The photograph of a bouquet of natural flowers will give a much more accurate impression than that of a painted bouquet, however faithful the painting may be. In many cases, these small details must not be overlooked. We also should mention that in some circumstances it is good to take several photographs of the person who is shamming. For example, when dealing with an accused who constantly contracts the muscles of his face, rolls his eyes, makes impossible grimaces, etc., and thus leads us to suspect shamming, he should be placed in a room lending itself to photography, well lit, and furnished with a trap permitting observation without being oneself seen. A sufficient opening is also arranged to hold the camera, which is brought into play when the person under observation is in a good position and is behaving naturally. Needless to say, the photograph must be an instantaneous one. Nor must it be forgotten that magnesium light photographs are often necessary, when, for example, a corpse has been found on a busy road, and it is not advisable to wait for daylight, owing to the heavy day traffic, to photograph blood or footprints. The spot must be photographed with the aid of artificial light. In Section 38. Section 39 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dahlman. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross, translated by John Adam and John Coyer Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him continued. Now we come to the photography of objects observed under the microscope. This is not the business of the investigating officer, but in some cases he ought to be absolutely insistent on it being done. We suggest that the microscopist should sign no report without adding thereto a photograph of what he has observed under the instrument. Dr. Paul Jeserich was probably the first to draw attention to the necessity of such photographs. The idea came to him when, during the argument of a case, he heard the objection raised that what the experts had seen under the microscope and had taken for blood was perhaps only mushroom mold or grains of starch. This objection could not then be refuted, since the objects microscopically examined had long before decomposed and been destroyed, being thus incapable of further use in the case. This drawback is easily gotten over by asking the microscopist to prepare and exhibit photographs of his experiments. Any mistake on the part of the expert may thus be excluded, for in his zeal he may perhaps see many things which are non-existent. He presents his photograph saying, as much for his own peace of mind as for that of others, "Look at the photograph and form your opinion." The theory that the expert's duty is merely to aid the court in forming an opinion is well laid down in both England and India. With fingerprints, for instance, it is for the expert to point out resemblances to the judge and jury, and leave them to draw their own conclusions as to the identity of the impression. That identity of impression means identity of person, is of course purely a question for the expert. See Section 11. Proof of this kind may be given at any moment, even after many years, provided that the record of the case is still in existence, and is particularly easy to lay before a judge and jury. The Parisians in 1871, when sending letters and dispatches by pigeon post, gummed them side by side on a wall like tapestry, and then made a photographic reduction of the whole surface, measuring several square meters, upon a sheet of paper several centimeters square. This reduction was then rolled up inside a quill and attached to the pigeon's tail. On arriving at its destination, the little photograph with its hundreds of letters was enlarged by the microscopic lantern and projected on a screen or white wall, and anyone who expected a letter had but to go and read it. Let us apply this process to judicial photography. The microscopic photograph of the object in question, as well as the objects which it is to be compared with or differentiated from, may be enlarged in open court, thrown up on a wall, and explained to the judge and jury by the expert. By this means, the possibility of error will as far as possible be averted. This procedure will be adopted not only in determining the presence of blood, sperm, poison, or one or other of those numerous substances which the microscope is capable of recognizing and which can be seen directly, but also in connection with other microscopic phenomena. Here is the most interesting case. In a house destroyed by fire, the half-carbonized corpse of the landlord was discovered, and there was room to believe that a murder had taken place. We know that fresh blood has certain microscopic properties which alter greatly under the action of certain chemical agents. But if blood be submitted to the action of carbon monoxide, which is most poisonous, it does not alter under the influence of chemicals. The question was whether the person had been suffocated in the fire or killed before it began. In the first hypothesis, the blood would present the characteristics of blood that has absorbed carbon monoxide, and one breath of this gas undiluted is quite sufficient to affect the whole blood of the body in a most marked manner. Dr. Paul Jeserich experimented with a few drops of the blood which still remained in the heart of the corpse, and was able to establish that the death was due to suffocation. At the same time, he took a photograph of the spectrum and exhibited it at the trial, when the corpus delicti had already been long in the state of putrefaction. The same expert has also exhibited in court photographs of his experiments with hair. For example, in the crime passionnel of Bochum. The jury was then in a position to consider the case just as if they had seen the material objects mentioned by the expert. The use of the magic lantern slides, or even radiographs, skiagraphs, may yet play a great role in the law courts. Anyone who has had to show and explain a very small object in court is aware of the inadequacy of present methods. The explanation has to be given over and over again to the several witnesses, the public prosecutor, the complainant or plaintiff, the defendant and his counsel, and the judge and jury. All who have business in courts know how tedious and defective is this method. But with a whitewashed wall or a sheet or a piece of white paper stretched on a frame or on the wall, the objects may be shown enlarged by means of the lantern. Not only can transparencies be shown, but also wood engravings, photographs, prints, handwriting, etc. In short, everything on paper which transmits the light and whose size permits of its entering the apparatus. The necessary darkening of the court would be a difficulty which a little ingenuity would soon overcome. Theoretically, this idea has been widely approved and has already been turned into practical account. Photography is also of great importance from the point of view of the examination of manuscripts. We have already mentioned that in comparing handwriting, recourse should be had to photography, so as, for example, to be able to make drawings upon the photographs, which would be impossible on the original. But photography can also furnish direct proofs, for it brings to light things that could not be seen by the naked eye. In this connection, Jeserich of Paris, Gobert of Berlin, and Eder of Vienna were the initiators. Since their first experiments, it is known that photography is the easiest method of discovering erasures, obliterations, and rubbings out, which cannot be seen with the naked eye. By choosing a suitable position, that contrasts may be increased, so that parts of the writing which remain appear to us a darker tint. It is also easy to determine the employment of various chemical products. Indeed, those parts of the paper where they have been applied have a different color when photographed. Very often, writing effaced by acid becomes quite readable in the photograph. Photography is also able to detect the presence of various kinds of ink which may be employed. In this way, we are frequently able to prove a forgery. The forger often finds, with great trouble, an ink with the same color as the original, but to the eye alone does it appear identical. If a suitable light be chosen for photographing the writing, for example gas, and the plate be properly developed, the two apparently similar writings will come out, the one light gray and the other dark brown. In comparison of handwriting, photography is also of some value in other ways. Above all, it is possible to reduce the two writings, the forged and the genuine, to the same scale, thus enormously facilitating comparison. Again, it is possible to rid of that troublesome difference in paper, since the photos are on the same paper. If need be, comparison may be facilitated by photographing, as advised by Jeserich, one of the two writings on a transparent film, which is then placed upon the other writing. Points of resemblance may thus be very accurately compared. Finally, work is enormously facilitated by making photographic enlargements of the two writings. These should be as large as possible. After a long examination of writing, especially very small writing, the sight becomes confused, so that it is difficult to see things clearly, and it is often necessary to interrupt the work. But with enormous letters to work with, observation is very easy. Moreover, all the details, differences, resemblances, hesitations, places where a dip of the pen has been taken, stoppages, and all other points connected with the writing are better judged. And in a short time, a sure and definite decision may be pronounced. Comparison by means of enlargement with the projection apparatus has succeeded admirably. It is even sometimes possible to read, with the aid of photography, writing which, so to speak, does not exist. When, for example, one writes with a very hard pencil upon a writing block or upon a blotter, the writing leaves an impression on the next sheet of the block or upon the blotter. Nothing is visible to the naked eye. But if the sheet or blotter be greatly enlarged by photography, the writing thereon may often be very distinctly read. Not only can written characters be observed by means of photography, but as a rule any object which has been in contact with the writing. Thus, Dr. Bean of the Sheriff's Court of Berlin was consulted as to whether there had formerly been a stamp upon the bill of exchange. He photographed the bill of exchange and at the same time a blank bill to which a stamp had been affixed for a very short time. The difference was astonishing, and the answer to the question asked could be given in the negative with the most absolute certainty. Photography Archive, 1891, number 681. It seems to us indeed that this example, proof of contact of two bodies, can give a clear idea of the incalculable series of cases belonging to all possible branches in which photography is capable of rendering the greatest services. But such cases must be looked for, and when found, made a note of. Another case has to do with forgery of a name of a deceased person to a receipt. No question of fraud had been raised when traces of obliterated writing were accidentally observed, while looking at the paper by reflecting oblique rays of the sun on those portions of the paper not actually covered by the later writing. These traces were copied as accurately as possible and the copy superimposed on the new writing so that the blanks in the copy were filling up. Thus the original script was accurately determined. By photography, the fraud was rendered unmistakable. Advantage may possibly be drawn from what is called composite photography. The idea arose some years ago and the following experiment was performed. About 20 persons were chosen and made to sit one after another so that the head of each was in exactly the same position. Their photographs were taken one after the other, a 3-second exposure being used. A very slow plate was employed. For example, it required an exposure of 60 seconds, so that by the time it was completely exposed, the 20 persons were photographed, and the result was a composite picture of them all. The possible application of this in criminal investigation is as follows. In an important case, it is desired to know what an accused looked like 5 years ago. If a photograph of him taken 10 years ago can be found, the man is photographed the same size, attitude, and with the same style of hair and beard, etc., as in that photograph. The composite picture is then made of the two photographs, and the result may possibly give us some idea of what the man looked like 5 years before. This suggestion is made for what it is worth. Composite photography has indeed been reduced of late to a fine art, and most beautiful pictures have been produced by combining the heads of well-known beauties belonging respectively to various countries, thus obtaining examples of the type of beauty characteristics of each country. See Strand Magazine, March 1906. In a general way, the fact must not be lost sight of that photographs often bear a different aspect to the real object, from the point of view of dimension, reciprocal situation, and especially general impression. Heinrich Stranz has pointed out the reason, but very few cameras in the present can remedy the defect. It is some explanation that a good photograph reproduces objects much more distinctly than we can see them. When at some distance from a tiled roof, we cannot distinguish one tile from another. A painter recognizes this by representing the roof with a uniform color corresponding to the impression. The Japanese seem to see more distinctly than we do, for they represent such objects with minute accuracy, and their drawings thus appear to us very crude. It is the same with photography. It reproduces the tiled roof much more accurately than we see it. We only perceive a brown color. It is thus that photography appears to us to some extent untrue and wanting in naturalness. Added to this, a certain depth and other effects of light and distance exist, and in short, the image appears unfaithful. As we have already remarked, such defects and their explanation must be pointed out to the court. Moreover, it must not be forgotten that the photographer usually at hand has rarely the correct idea of what to do. He knows how to embellish a portrait, but he does not know how to take an accurate one. The direction, therefore, from which the photograph should be taken must never be overlooked, and it would be well to remember the following points. 1. The sun should be upon the side of or behind the camera. This adds to the clearness of the photograph. If the sun is behind the object, the photograph will be flat, as if taken during cloudy weather. This latter principle must then be applied if perchance it is really desired to give an impression that the photograph has been made in dull weather. 2. When photographing persons in the open air, it must be remembered that when the light comes from the front of the camera, it flattens the face. When it comes from above, it renders the countenance dark and forbidding, and that the direct rays of the sun cover the face with marks and give it a hard expression. 3. When it is necessary to photograph house interiors, a photograph by artificial light should be obtained, in which case the windows do not interfere. If this is quite impossible, the dark part of the room must at least be lighted by light reflected by mirrors, to which some movement is given. 4. Sometimes, when for example it is necessary to photograph rapidly in the middle of the night, if it is absolutely impossible to procure magnesium, it is possible to make use of lightning powders, which may be prepared at the nearest pharmacy. For example, 6 parts of saltpeter, 2 parts of sulfur, and 1 part of sulphuretted antimony are reduced to powder and lightly filled into tubes of paper, or saltpeter may be melted in a vessel over a lamp and flowers of sulfur added thereto in small quantities. Each time the sulfur is thrown upon the melted saltpeter, a bright light results. But these powders can only be employed when the resulting gas, which has a disagreeable smell, has sufficient means of escape. If one has long enough time to have an exposure of, say, several hours, a few lamps may be sufficient for lighting purposes. 5. Upon every photograph, the scale of reduction must be indicated. The best method is to photograph at the same time the measure of comparison. In photographing a vertical surface, which will in consequence not be deformed since its various parts will not be at different distances from the camera, for example the facade of a house, it would be well to photograph a man at the same time. Proportions will thus be accurately indicated. 6. With each photograph, the date, hour, temperature, light, points of the compass, time of exposure, kind of camera, and the lenses employed must be indicated. 7. Shining and light objects present great difficulties to photography. We must be especially careful not to dust them, for if that is done, they come out still worse. When possible, shining objects should be neutralized. For example, iron and glass objects with plumbago are a mixture of magnesium carbonate and milk, or Russian talcum mixed with essence of turpentine. These washes harm neither the photograph nor the article photographed and are easily got rid of. 8. In photographing machinery, for example after accidents, care must be taken not to do so when other work is in progress nearby. The vibration of other machinery in motion would greatly spoil the photograph. 9. Photographs of very fine objects in relief, for example inscriptions, deteriorations on objects, papillary lines, etc., should be taken in very strong lateral light, for shadows augment the relief. If the latter come out too strong, the fact must be mentioned in the report. We have said above that photographs may appear to us to a certain extent to be untruthful, but it must be noted that from a theoretical standpoint, it is by no means so certain that the camera is a bad reproducer of objects. We ourselves perhaps do not see things exactly from the point of view of perspective. When, for example, one shows his hands to a person sitting in front of him, so that one of them is about a yard nearer him than the other, they will appear to be of equal size. But if a camera be put in place of the person and the hands photographed, the hand nearest the camera will appear much larger than the other. According to the laws of perspective, this latter phenomenon conforms to the reality, for the hand nearest one ought to appear larger to the eye, only we do not notice the difference because conclusions drawn from experience influence our observation. We know the two hands are really of equal size, and this knowledge has so powerful an action that we see them of equal size, although, being in perspective, they ought to appear unequal. On looking at photographs of the hands, however, the principle of experience no longer acts with the same force. On the contrary, we remember that what we are looking at is a picture and attribute the fault to it and say that it is an inaccurate reproduction. For we see upon the picture an exact reproduction from the point of view of perspective, and we notice an enormous difference in size, but it does not seem to agree with the reality. Let it not be said that wide-angle objectives, as they are called, which, for example, photograph 2 corners of a room at the same time, prove the entire contrary. This objective, if it does not distort, no doubt reproduces objects as they are in reality, only we cannot seize them without turning our eyes. At one glance we observe but very little of a thing at a distance of 5 or 6 yards. We only perceive distinctly an object of about the size of a chair without moving the eyes. What lies to the right and the left of the chair we are looking at is seen by us only approximately. We only see it accurately if we remove our eyes from the chair. If, therefore, a wide-angle objective is employed to photograph 2 walls of the room at the same time, at a distance of 5 or 6 yards, the resulting picture appears quite strange to us, because in nature we cannot see so much at a single glance. We say the picture is inaccurate, although each particular object therein is reproduced exactly and distinctly. The lens shows more objects than can be seen contemporaneously by the naked eye, but these objects are not reproduced inaccurately. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by vi-i in June 2015. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. Section 40. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him, continued. Section 9. C. Recognition of criminals from their photographs. In all countries, photography is employed for the identification of persons, especially since its uses have so largely developed. But it is only done systematically in large towns where the police administration is particularly well skilled in the method. Paris is at the head of this movement as a perusal of the book, now in its second edition, Judicial Photography by Alphonse Bertillon, Chief of the Identification Department, Prefecture of Police, Paris, will readily demonstrate. It is beyond all doubt that this branch should be organized everywhere and not only in the principal towns. The photography of criminals by a uniform process, the reciprocal interchange of portraits and their correct utilization are of such great importance that this process should be elevated into a methodical system. Only in this way will photography be capable of rendering considerable services. But if the miserable money question prevents us putting the project into execution as rapidly as we would wish, it is still necessary to proceed according to certain rules when we prepare and make use of photographs of suspected persons or criminals. Taking Bertillon's book as a guide, we shall refer to the most important points. 1. What is the best position for the individual to be photographed in? This question depends upon the object of the photograph. For the comparison of two photographs, or of a photograph with a person, the best is beyond all doubt a sharp profile. It is in this position that outlines show up best. The various prominences of the face are not projected thereon, and it is easy to measure with accuracy the dimensions necessary for comparison. But it is quite another thing when it is desired to identify a person from his photograph. Then a profile is absolutely useless. Indeed, we only see a person's profile in one position, while we see more or less the front face in all other positions. We are often unacquainted with the profile of a person whom we know intimately. We are surprised to find that an individual we are in the habit of seeing constantly has, when we look at him sideways, quite another aspect to that which we imagined. A person's face seen from the front does not appear strange to us, but it is not characteristic, because the nose is wholly projected and thus difficult to distinguish, and because the ears, so important for purposes of recognition, are deficient in clearness of outline. The most favorable position will therefore be the 3/4 face, because then the nose stands out distinctly, one ear is visible, and moreover because in this position we are best able to recognize people. Two proofs, however, must be taken, that of the profile and that of the 3/4 face, thus doubling the expense and the number of photographs to be preserved. In England this is got over by placing the subject to be photographed in the 3/4 position and arranging a mirror beside the face, which reflects the exact profile. So as to get the mirror at the wished-for distance from the face, the lower right-hand corner of the mirror is cut away, thus making a place for the shoulder. In this way, on the same negative, the profile and the 3/4 face are united. Bertillon rejects this method. He asserts that if such a double photograph be shown about, everyone would immediately know that it had to do with a suspected individual. But in these matters everyone always does know this when a photograph is shown, and besides, the method is so practical that its universal adoption must be recommended. 2. The position of the individual to be photographed leads to another question: is it preferable to photograph the bust or the whole figure? In a general way it may be said that a face is more easily recognized the larger it is, therefore the bust is to be recommended. But if the individual in question has some peculiarity easy of recognition, the full-length photograph is to be preferred. Such a proof has also the advantage of permitting, if need be, the enlargement of the head, whereas the person is not always at our disposal to photograph his feet. We must not suppose that peculiar movements or twitchings will be reproduced in a photograph of the attitude or physiognomy of the subject. If an individual is afflicted with such movements, it is recommended only to photograph the bust, because the witnesses, and not only uneducated witnesses, always look on a full-length photograph handed to them for the particular movements they know so well, and if they do not find them, they fail to recognize the photograph. 3. As regards the format of the photograph, Bertillon considers reduction to 1/7 of natural size is best. This is no doubt a convenient format, as the long reign of carte de visite demonstrates. The head reduced in this proportion is always large enough to be readily identified, even by people who seldom see photographs. We think, however, that size is not of so much importance, and it matters little whether the natural size is reduced to a 1/6 or an 1/8. The essential thing is to employ the same scale of reduction. Indeed, the exchange of photographs is generally carried out when distances are great, and comparison is much facilitated when the photographs are not of different sizes. It would be best to adopt a uniform scale of reduction for all photographs made for the use of justice and the police. This would not be difficult to carry out in practice. 4. As to the tone of the photographs, that is to say, whether they should be lighter or darker, and in consequence whether there should be a shorter or longer exposure, it is impossible to give a general answer. The face of the sitter is nearly always adapted to a particular tone, and an experienced and intelligent photographer always knows on merely looking at him whether the photograph will be better, that is, more like, according to whether the tone is lighter or darker. If the photographer cannot tell this, the best shade must be found by degrees, for the difference is often so great that the tone is no indifferent matter. 5. The usual format must often be departed from, especially when it is desired to compare a photograph with a particular object. If, for example, the description of a person is given, the photograph must be taken so that the most important signs indicated in the description are reproduced. If a photograph already exists, the new photograph will, of course, to facilitate comparison, be made in the same style, as regards size, position, tone, paper, etc., as the old one. 6. If two photographs with different hair, beard, etc. are to be compared, if, for example, in one photograph the individual has an abundant head of hair and beard, while in the other his hair is short and he is clean shaven, those places on the photograph on which hair appears must be covered up. For this purpose Bertillon has specially cut papers or stencils, which however are only of use when both photographs are of equal size and the position is also identical. The simplest method is as follows. The photograph is placed upon a window, and over it a sheet of white paper is fixed, upon which is outlined with a pencil the parts covered with hair, thus beginning above the forehead where the hair starts, thence descending the temple and cheek, then passing over the moustache and under the nose, and then reascending the other cheek and temple to the forehead. This line is then cut with a sharp knife. The same is then done with the clean-shaven face, That is, a line is drawn where the hair would come if the person was not clean-shaven. If the photograph is gummed to a mount, it must either be steeped in water and detached, or else the drawing must be done on tracing paper and transferred to ordinary paper. The two sheets having been cut, they are placed on the photographs and the two compared. If they are of the same man, the result is astonishing. The photographs as a whole have absolutely no resemblance, whereas when the hair on the head and face is covered, the resemblance is striking. This is only in accordance with common experience. Likenesses are usually detected and persons recognized by the portion comprised between the lower half of the forehead and the upper part of the nose, including eyes and eyebrows, that is, just the portion covered by the mask in masked assemblies or balls. 7. Examination of the photograph with a good magnifying glass is also to be recommended. In this way, cicatrices, warts, scars, etc., invisible to the naked eye, may be discovered, but too much must not be expected from a magnifying glass, for a too great enlargement causes the unevenness of the paper to appear, and thus leads to confusion. 8. Always strictly observe the principle of never retouching a photograph. Professional photographers may be allowed to do this, and are adepts in the art of flattery, but a judicial photograph must resemble the sitter, and every retouch spoils this resemblance. When a retouched photograph has been handed to us, the retouching must first of all be got rid of. According to Bertillon, the best method is to wet a ball of cotton wool with turpentine and cautiously rub it over the photograph, being careful to dry it immediately. The rationale of this process is not quite clear, as there are two kinds of retouching. One is done with a pencil on the negative, and it is therefore impossible to remove anything from the positive. The other is done indeed on the positive, but with watercolors, which can only be removed with water and not with turpentine. There is but one case where retouching may be permitted, that is, when the photograph is not made for personal use, but for outside authorities, and when there are faults on the plate causing marks and blemishes. Such marks may be mistaken for warts, moles, cicatrices, etc., and must therefore be retouched to prevent mistakes. 9. In comparing photographs, the following cases may occur. A. Comparison of one portrait with another. B. Of a portrait with an accused. C. Of a portrait with a person at liberty. And D. Of a portrait with a person's recollection of the subject. A. Comparison of one portrait with another. In the rare cases where two photographs are of the same size, measurements may be at once taken with the compasses. If the hair and beard are in the way, they should be covered up as shown above, and particular signs, warts, cicatrices, etc., must be carefully looked for. If none of these signs appear on the photographs, the probable date of the photographs must be considered, and if need be, a medical jurist consulted. If the portraits are of different sizes, they must be enlarged, the smaller more in proportion than the larger, and if the color of the one is totally different to that of the other, a new photograph is indispensable. Thus both portraits are of the same size. As we have said, only really satisfactory results are obtainable by getting rid of everything interfering with the comparison. B. Comparison of a portrait with an accused. The precaution of clothing and dressing the hair of the accused as he is in the photograph is never superfluous. In a difficult and important case, it will be best to photograph him in the same size as the portrait. It is always easier to compare one photograph with another than to compare a photograph with a person. C. Comparison of a portrait with a person at liberty. Here we have to deal with cases where we have to decide whether a particular person we are searching for is living in a certain locality. Let it not be forgotten that the persons sent out for this purpose will only succeed when they have the portrait firmly impressed on the memory. If they meet the suspected individual, they cannot first pull the photograph from their pocket and refer to it for comparison. All the features of the photograph should be carried in the memory. The person must be made to engrave the photograph in his memory feature by feature, and we must ascertain that he has done so by examining him on the various details: hair, beard, moustache, shape of eyelids, position of the eyes, cheekbones, nose, ears, etc. Even peculiar gestures, manner of bearing, glance, etc. must not be overlooked. We assert that no policeman can at first answer such questions, even though he thinks he has looked at the photograph very well. The art of observing must be learnt like everything else. If the policeman knows his photograph by heart, he will in most cases recognize, if he meets him, the person he is after. See the Portrait Parlé, Chapter 7. D. Comparison of a portrait with our recollection. We generally attach importance to this method of recognition only when the witness has frequently seen the person he is supposed to recognize. Supposing he has seen him only once, as, for example, an individual who has cheated, robbed, or wounded him and gone off, the witness's opinion will be of little value. His recognition will inspire more confidence when the witness is able to pick out the person from a number of similar photographs, and does not recognize him merely because he had a moustache, and there is in the collection only one photograph of a person with a moustache. But the greatest precautions must be taken, for enormous difficulty is always experienced in recognizing persons from photographs, especially when the person recognizing is a simple-minded fellow who has rarely seen photographs and has never before tried to find resemblances. This is clear from the following example. In nearly all garrison towns a photographer is to be found near the barracks who has a supply of large pictures, colored lithographs, representing a dragoon, artilleryman, hussar, etc., galloping on horseback and brandishing a sword. The raw recruits flock to the photographer, who takes their photograph the same size as the ready-made lithograph, cuts out the face and carefully gums it upon the face of the hussar or horse guard, and the warrior finds himself in possession of his portrait, complete on horseback and in colors, which he sends to his amazed relatives. One of these photographers related to the author how on one occasion he had photographed more than a dozen recruits, who paid their money and left addresses to which the photographs were to be sent when ready, but unfortunately he lost the numbers designating each soldier. He therefore sent haphazard a dragoon to each of the addresses indicated. Not a single complaint was made, although perhaps not one of the 14 or 15 pairs of old people received the portrait of their own son. This shows the difficulty with which people recognize photographs. 10. It is appropriate here to call attention to what has been said about the distance at which we can recognize persons. Dr. Vincent in Legrand et Soleil's Legal Medicine lays down that, presuming the eyesight to be normal and the light good, one is able in broad daylight to recognize a. Persons whom one knows very well, at a distance of from 50 to 90 yards, when there are particular and very characteristic signs, 110 yards, in exceptional cases up to 165 yards. B. Persons one does not know very well and has not often seen, from 28 to 33 yards. C. People one has only seen once, 16 yards. By moonlight one can recognize, when the moon is at the quarter, persons at a distance of from 21 feet, in bright moonlight at from 23 to 33 feet, and at the very brightest period of the full moon at a distance of from 33 to 36 feet. In tropical countries, as in India, the distances for moonlight may be increased. These are only approximate indications. In practice, they are of but slight value. In the first place, the statements concerning good normal eyesight and good light are vague, and in addition certain supplemental circumstances often have decisive influence. The gaseous air of the town compared with the limpid atmosphere of the mountains diminishes the range of vision by at least 10%. The position of the sun, the background, the wind, and the temperature also combine to affect it to perhaps the same extent, and our faculty of combination, which unconsciously comes into play, may corroborate our perception so that we may be completely led into error. If a person at a distance of say 220 yards sees a man first come out and then go into the house of A, and knows that A lives alone in that house, he will suppose, if the man he has seen resembles to a certain extent the exterior aspect of A, that the man is indeed A, and will maintain the fact as if he had seen him very distinctly. But he has not seen him properly, and his perception is entirely the result of conclusions which may be false. In such cases, verification must always, in important and serious cases, be carried out on the spot, whereas in less important cases it may be carried out elsewhere, but under conditions as similar as possible. Here again we must not be content with measurements expressed in paces or in yards, for the majority of persons do not know what distance 50 paces really is. 11. It is important to copy the photograph many times. Bertillon asserts that in urgent cases several thousand copies of a photograph have been made in a single night. It is useless to dwell upon the immense value that the rapid propagation of thousands of copies of the photograph of a suspected criminal may have. 12. When it is required to multiply photographs in great numbers, it must be remembered that it can only be done with the assistance of zinc engravings. It is indeed easy to insert in the columns of any newspaper a zinc plate mounted on wood, for an engraving on zinc represents in a way a stamp composed of lines in relief corresponding to the lines of drawing. An engraving on zinc may be made from any drawing, but not from a photograph, for a photograph only contains tints. If therefore it is desired to publish in haste in the police and other papers a man's portrait, and we possess only his photograph, the following process must be followed. Someone skilled in drawing traces boldly upon the photograph the features of the person, so that the outlines are clearly visible. This is a matter of a few minutes. The photograph is then decolorized with chloride of mercury, which leaves only the drawing unattacked. This drawing is reproduced by photography upon a plate and engraved on zinc, and the block thus obtained is inserted in the newspapers. This kind of drawing is not beautiful, but is often easier to identify than a photograph. Concerning the modern processes of reproduction invented by Just, Haber, and Stolle, in Paris gelatine bromide paper is employed. See Reis. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him, continued. Section 10. Arthropometry Bertillon System. The Bertillon system of measurement, known as arthropometry, or Berlinage, has since the first edition of this book, 1892, come into tremendous favor, though at first it was, like every new thing, vigorously opposed as needless and absurd, and was even put down as a complete swindle by certain ignorant persons. Today, however, the system is in full swing, and no modern police force thinks of underrating its value. There is, however, one difficulty which people have created for themselves, arising from the many so-called improvements which have been grafted on to the system. No one can maintain that Bertillon perfected his system right away, leaving it incapable of improvement, but it must be admitted that that gifted investigator avoided everything absolutely unnecessary and inexpedient. The author has for years pointed out that the real value of the Bertillon's system lies in its internationality, that is, in its general applicability to all races. This, however, can only work smoothly when alterations and improvements are as much as possible discarded, so that the dispatch of a row of figures will be sufficient to enlighten the police at the other side of the world. It will not then be necessary to telegraph size X, seat height Y, span Z, but merely XYZ. If, however, the foot length, for instance, is omitted in a description, and the circumference of the knee is substituted therefor, confusion will result. Bertillon, in originating the theory, was cleverer than all his predecessors, and he is also cleverer than all his successors. Things should be left as he has arranged them, and in this way alone will important results be obtained. The greatest enemies of a good innovation are those who seek to improve it out of existence. By arthropometry is generally understood the most rational method of measuring the dimensions of the human body, in order to establish the identity of an individual. We are already dealing with embryonic anthropometry when we indicate a person's height and his distinctive signs, such as extraordinarily large or small hands or feet, also when we compare footprints and fingerprints. But the science took a remarkable leap forward when M. Alphonse Bertillon of Paris introduced the employment of anthropometry into the police department for the recognition of old offenders sailing under false colors. In this science the great thing to determine is what parts of the body should be measured. The reply is, in an adult everything is measured which does not change, that is, everything which depends for measurement upon the bone and cartilages. The muscular fibers, the fat, the ganglions alter even in a short time. The bones and cartilages, on the contrary, preserve their dimensions permanently, except in very rare cases. The following measurements should therefore be taken: the total height of the body, the height of the bust, the sitting height from the chair to the top of the head, the distance between the tip of the middle finger of one hand and that of the other when the arms are extended horizontally, the lengths of the forearm, the foot, the thigh, and the different fingers. Also certain diameters of the head, especially the circumference just above the ears, and the depth from the forehead to the nape of the neck, the dimension of the nose and both ears, the last often showing great differences. It goes without saying that special instruments and a certain amount of skill are necessary to take these measurements promptly and accurately. There must be a special police department, as in Paris, where these measurements are taken, docketed and pigeonholed. Gradually such offices will be opened everywhere. To the investigating officer their utility is indisputable and their application well nigh universal. But in cases in which investigating officers find it necessary to take those measurements themselves, it must be noted that old measurements not appertaining to the bones and cartilages are deceptive, and that the dimensions should always be taken with a rigid square, measurements with a tape not being admissible. If therefore we measure the height of a man, he must be placed against a wall and a rectangular piece of wood placed upon his head, one side of which directly touches the wall, while the other is held firmly on the top of the head. In measuring the length of the foot, it is placed on the ground, and exactly against the heel and the big toe 4-sided bodies are placed, e.g., a little box, a big book, a brick, etc. The sides of the two rectangular bodies, which face one another, should be parallel, and the distance between them is measured. If we were to measure the tape, a false measure would be easily obtained, for it is difficult to determine the beginning and the end of the measure, and moreover the tape often has to pass over places which are not straight and not always the same. In taking measurements on photographs, they must, to ensure accuracy, be considerably enlarged. It is not absolutely necessary for the photographs to be of equal size, for in finding out the relative measurements it is easy to compare them, but it is absolutely necessary to make the enlargements with the same camera, so that the distortions which may possibly take place may be the same for both. In taking the measurements, it is good to commence with the dimensions of the whole face and then pass to the various features. Special attention must be paid to the dimensions and details of the ears, which are, as a rule, very characteristic. But it rarely happens that the investigating officer is himself driven to take these measurements. He will only have to do so when measurements taken by anthropometrical agencies have been communicated to him. To give an idea of the method of procedure of these institutions, we cannot do better than refer to the works of Bertillon, Appendix to Anthropometrical Classification and Identification. In the chapter in which the author explains how the photographs in the possession of Paris police are utilized, he tells us that the Paris police had in 1893 about 120,000 photographs of Parisian criminals. When a criminal is arrested, the first thing to be done is to find out whether he is an old offender. If he is, his photograph will be found in the album of criminals. The first step is to ask the gentleman's name, which, if he gives correctly, his photograph is soon found. But if it cannot be found under the name given, it must be looked for in the album under another name. It goes without saying that it is impossible to verify 120,000 photographs each time a Paris criminal is arrested. The process is therefore methodical. Firstly, the measurements of the individual arrested are taken. Now, from the 120,000 photographs, 30,000 may be subtracted right away as being those of persons under 20 years of age. The remaining 90,000 are divided into 3 groups, and each of these 3 groups is subdivided into 3 others, and each of these latter into 3 more, and so on. In the first place, the 90,000 photographs are divided into 3 series of 30,000 each, according to the length of the head, which is either large, medium, or small. Each of these series comprises 3 groups of approximately 10,000, based upon the breadth of the head, which also may be large, medium, or small, and each of these groups is again divided into 3, according to whether the middle finger is large, medium, or small, each group containing about 3,333 photographs. The 3 different lengths of the foot again divide each of these 3 groups into 3 other composing 1,111 photographs, which are subdivided according to the length of the forearm into groups of about 370. These latter are further divided according to the height of the person into 3 groups of about 120. The last group of 120 is not subdivided into 3 as before, but split up according to the color of the eyes, the length of the little finger, the span of the extended arms, the height of the bust, etc., till we obtain groups of about 10 photographs in which we search for our man. It goes without saying that fixed measures must be established for the various groups. It must, for example, be well understood what is meant by large, medium, and small length of the foot, so that absolutely no ambiguity may arise. Let us take an example. The man's head is A millimeters in length. He therefore belongs to the group of 30,000 having medium-sized heads. 60,000 photographs are thus eliminated. The breadth of his head is B millimeters. He therefore belongs to the group of 10,000 who have small-sized heads. He has a middle finger measuring C millimeters in length, He therefore belongs to the group of about 3,333 who have long middle fingers. His foot is d centimeters long. He therefore belongs to the group of 1,111 who possess medium-length feet. His forearm measures e centimeters in length. He belongs therefore to the group of about 370 who have long forearms. His height is f centimeters. He belongs then to 120 short men. His brown eyes, the length of his little finger, and the height of the bust determine his position in that group, and finally his portrait may be found in a very limited number of specimens. Thanks to this ingenious process, it is possible to assert with mathematical certainty and in a few minutes whether or not the photograph of a particular individual is to be found among the 120,000 photographs. It is easy to understand that the most important and the most difficult thing connected with the work is to measure the 120,000 offenders. These measurements are dealt with in Part 1 of M. Bertillon's book. In Part 2 he deals with descriptive information, forehead, nose, ear, hair, beard, corpulence, etc., and in Part 3 with special characteristic marks. According to Bertillon, at least 5 of these should be given, as he maintains that every man has from 8 to 12 marks and characteristics. Whoever examines his own body will find at least so many. If attention is paid to all of these, a much more accurate, trustworthy, and lasting picture will be obtained than the best photograph. We give the following facts. The Paris police identify, on average, in the course of a year, 450 to 460 persons who but for anthropometry would remain unrecognized or carry on their malpractices under false names. This makes about 4 cases in every 3 days. Bertillon goes yet a step further, and that an important one. With the help of what is called the portrait parley, he teaches the police how to detect individuals who are at liberty with the greatest certainty even when they have much altered in external appearance. For a description of this method, see Chapter 7, Section 1. The Bertillon method has now become so important that the idea of measuring the whole population over the age of 20 has been broached, not only for criminal cases, but for the identification of persons who are the victims of crimes, suicides, the insane, and insurance cases. It would be very valuable. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The Expert and How to Make Use of Him, continued. Section 11, Fingerprints. A. Advantages over anthropometry. The adage that however good a thing is, it may be bettered, or displaced by something better, is very applicable to the Bertillon method of anthropometrical measurement. Thus it is that the newly revived idea of the utilization of fingerprints for identification purposes threatens to a great extent to take the place of anthropometry. With fingerprints and anthropometry combined, there should be little trouble in identifying an old offender. But the advantages of fingerprints over the Bertillon system have become so well established that it is doubtful whether the latter cannot with perfect safety be dispensed with altogether as unnecessary for purposes of identification. These advantages have been well set out in a memorandum published by the Dresden Investigation Department. 1. Anthropometry. 1. The instruments are expensive, easy to spoil, and only to be obtained from certain suppliers. 2. The persons who carry out the measurements must have had a special and complete course of instruction. 3. The measurements of the body can only be taken at appointed measuring stations and by appointed measurers. 4. If the measurements are not properly taken, or being properly taken are wrongfully read or transcribed, the mistake cannot be discovered at the office where the records are kept, and thus all chance of successful result is spoiled. 5. The taking of the measurements demands time, for to be reliable they must be repeated 3 times. 6. It is necessary for the body to be partly exposed. 7. The measurements of young people alter as they arrive at maturity. 8. Double search is often rendered necessary. 2. Fingerprints. 1. The necessary accessories, a piece of tin, a bit of India rubber, and printing ink, are above all cheap and easy to procure. 2. Any person can, after a half-hour's practice, take clear fingerprints. 3. The fingerprints can be taken by any policeman at any place. 4. To check a sequence of recorded fingerprints, the comparison of a single impression suffices. 5. The prints of the whole 10 fingers can be taken very much more quickly than body measurements. 6. It is not necessary for a person to remove his clothes. 7. The pattern of a fingerprint never alters during the life of an individual. 8. Mistakes being impossible, no second search is necessary. B. Practical application of fingerprints. Fingerprints are now in common use for the detection of criminals as well as the elucidation of criminal mysteries in nearly all civilized countries. They were first generally employed in India under the auspices of Mr. Henry of the Bengal Police, now Chief Commissioner of the London Police, who has naturally greatly promoted their adoption in England. Mr. Joseph Farndale, Chief Constable of Bradford, has also taken a leading part in encouraging their practical use in England, and most European countries have followed suit. It has been known for a long time that the lines on the fingers are different for each person, also that in the course of a year they may come together or go further apart, but if nothing in the shape of a wound has taken place, they do not really alter. Welker, the anthropologist, gives the impressions of the palm of his hand for the years 1856 and 1897, which fully confirm this. The fingertips of a mummy in the Natural Museum of Vienna show, after thousands of years, clear papillary lines. They can be seen on corpses that have lain in water for a week, the lines only disappearing with mortification. Even when the tip of a finger is lost, the new tip shows the same pattern, though of course transversal wounds disturb this. From the most ancient times, the Chinese have used the lines on the tips of the fingers of criminals for their identification. Sir William Herschel adopted this method in India in doing business with the natives instead of their usual signatures, and in the Indian Army, fingerprints of the soldiers are always taken and preserved. Galton was the first to see the advantages of this system, and by his careful observation and collation of examples, brought it into favor as a means of recognition of old offenders. Classification of fingerprints is not really difficult. With the help of a magnifying glass, the marks are examined in all possible ways and carefully noted down. It is seen that a line is broken, or divides into 2 separate branches, or 2 lines come together to form one ridge. All points such as these afford excellent means of dividing the various classes of fingerprints, or identifying with greater certainty 2 pictures of the same finger taken at different times. And here we come to the kernel of the whole question. These remarkable signs, which appear on the body 3 months before birth, and after death only disappear with the final dissolution of the corpse, retain their formation unaltered during the whole lifetime. Take, for example, the 2 pictures of the forefinger of Sir William Herschel, the right-hand one dating from 1860 and the other from 1888. Although in the latter the lines are somewhat broader and fainter, yet the first glance shows them to be the same, and closer examination proves that the lines of the 1860 fingerprints are exactly the same as those of 1888. Galton compared at lengthy intervals the fingerprints of 8 persons, and at the first examination he noticed 296 particular points which he found exactly the same at the second examination. There is no possible doubt as to the durability of these signs. The dimensions may alter a little with time, but their character remains the same, just as a piece of lace can be twisted in all directions without damaging its original pattern. The accompanying plates have been kindly lent to the authors by the Madras government. They were issued with a government order upon the utilization of fingerprints in India, which contained a considerable amount of information on the subject. In explanation of the plates, the order stated as follows, quote, "For the information of officers, who may have occasion to examine fingerprints with a view to verifying the identity of the individual from whose hands they have been taken, it is necessary to premise that the impressions recorded form clear and distinct patterns which are constant and ineradicable. Each individual's hand presents a separate set of impressions, which a slight scrutiny suffices to distinguish from the fingerprints taken from any other hand. Nor do the impressions taken from the same hand at different periods of life change with lapse of time, except, as has been remarked, for alterations, "such as would be found in lace, which, after being washed and stretched, will show the same pattern and number of meshes, although they may be somewhat distorted in shape." There are three main types of pattern, namely arches, loops, and whorls, specimens of which are shown in the accompanying Plate 2. The pattern is an arch when the ridges in the center run from one side to the other of the bulb without making any backward turn or twist; a loop when there is a single backward turn but no twist; and a whorl when there is a turn through at least one circle. Loops on the fingers may further be distinguished as either inner loops, when they turn towards the thumb side, or outer loops toward the little finger. Plates 2 and 3. In the police department, it is customary, for the purposes of classifying the fingerprints recorded in numerous cases, to assign a separate descriptive formula to each pair of hands, and the manner in which this is done is explained at length in Rules 10 to 13 of the revised edition of the Departmental Manual entitled Anthropometry as applied to the identification of criminals. For the purposes of the present rules, it will, however, ordinarily suffice to examine each fingerprint either by the naked eye or with the aid of a magnifying glass, in order to ascertain if in each case the distinctive pattern corresponds with that noticeable in the impression previously recorded. Thus, supposing Plate 3, left hand, to represent the permanent record, it would be necessary to examine the new set of impressions in order to make certain that the pattern of the fourth or little finger was a loop, that of the third finger a whorl, and so on. A variation in any one case would be sufficient to leave no doubt that false personation was being attempted. Should the general patterns correspond, a closer examination may, if thought necessary, be made, either with or without a magnifying glass, in order to ascertain whether each line in a particular impression coincides in appearance with the corresponding line in the fingerprint forming the permanent record. To further illustrate these rules, Plates 4 to 6 appended have been prepared in the Office of the Inspector General of Police. Plate 4 exhibits impressions of the thumb and fingers of the right hand, taken with an interval of 2½ years. Plate 5 represents the corresponding impressions of the first and second fingers enlarged. Plate 6 is a skeleton chart of Plate 5, and shows the axes of the ridges with the points of reference numbered." Wint divides fingerprints into four main types of pattern, which he also calls loops, arches, and whorls, and composites. This is also the classification adopted in England. To these, arithmetical and algebraical values can be given, so that 1024 combinations can be made therefrom. These are the basis of a very learned system introduced by F.K. King of London. But not only are fingerprints of importance for identifying and classifying old offenders, but they are also of great value from another point of view, namely, the actual elucidation of particular crimes. It is to Mr. Joseph Farndale that elaboration of this branch of fingerprints is largely due, though, as already mentioned, Mr. E.R. Henry, Chief of the London Police, first brought the subject to the front in England, and the standard work on the subject is written by him, namely, The Uses and Classification of Fingerprints. It is now established that in the detection of crimes, too great value cannot be placed upon fingerprints, as the following cases cited by Mr. G. E. Mallet, Strand Magazine, May 1905, will show. The first case was in the early part of the year 1905. An office in the chief street of the city of Bradford was entered by means of breaking a glass panel in the door, and money and stamps were stolen. In pulling out the glass from the door, the thief left a fingerprint on the glass, which was brought away, photographed and enlarged. Suspicion fell on a person whose fingerprints had previously been taken, and on the file being searched, his left thumb was found to be identical with the impression on the glass. In another case, several burglaries had been committed in the district. The property stolen was of a kind which could not be readily identified, chiefly cash. After several of these robberies had passed undetected, there came at length an instance where a small polished wood box, used to contain homeopathic medicines, had been removed from its customary position. In consequence, this box was carefully examined, and the lid was found to bear a finger impression, which was photographed. A person was suspected of the offense who had previously been in custody, and it was natural, of course, at once to proceed to enlarge the finger impression on the medicine box, and compare it with the registered impression. When it was found that the impression on the box was identical with that of the suspected person, orders were issued for his arrest. A number of incriminating circumstances appearing against him, he was convicted. In a case, in September 1904, a beer bottle played an important part. Cash was stolen from a club in Bradford. The thief got in through a window, and had helped himself to a bottle of beer. The fingerprint on the bottle was very obscure indeed, but after being chemically treated, photographed, and enlarged, it came out clear enough for the purposes of identification. Suspicion fell on a sailor who had been observed by the police in the district. Circumstances led to his arrest, and he failed to account for some money. He was remanded, and his fingerprints were taken. His right middle finger corresponded exactly with the impression on the beer bottle. In passing, it should be noted with regard to this case that without the fingerprint it would have been impossible to obtain a conviction. See Plates 8 and 9. The next case is not without its humorous element. 2 men were found in possession of a quantity of stolen property. They were arrested on suspicion. Their explanation was that the property had been given to them by a man unknown to carry away. Inquiry was made, and it was found that the articles had been taken from the house of a minister who was away on his holidays. The thieves had got into the minister's residence by removing the slates over the bathroom. After getting through the ceiling of the bathroom, they let themselves down onto the floor below by means of the bathroom door, which stood open. In doing so, some fingerprint impressions were left on the top of the door. One impression was a very plain one. The bathroom door was taken bodily but very carefully from its post. The door, 7 feet high, was treated with the utmost respect, and, protected by paper, was conveyed on a cart to the town hall, where it was carried up to the detective studio and photographed. The last case cited by Mr. Mallet is perhaps the most remarkable of all. It was reported to the police on a Sunday that the premises of a well-known bowling green club in Bradford had been entered on the Saturday night, and some 500 bottles of whiskey and other liquor had been carried away to an adjacent wood. The customary careful examination of the premises showed that the thieves had been helping themselves to whiskey. Apparently only one vessel had been used, a small tumbler of thin glass. On this there was a fingerprint, very faintly discernible. The fingerprint was chemically treated with hydrofluoric acid, photographed and enlarged. Considering that the impression was upon glass, it was wonderful how clearly the ridges of the finger were eventually reproduced. The impression was evidently of the whorl type. There was no clue of any kind in this case. but in looking at the register, the impression of the finger of a man was found who had been remanded some time previously for another offense, but had been discharged. In this case, the man whose fingerprint was on the glass was at once arrested, and when he was charged with the robbery, confessed to being guilty, and he gave information to the police which enabled them both to arrest another man implicated and to recover part of the stolen property. See Plates 10 and 11. One of the most remarkable murder cases of modern times was the trial of the brothers Stratton, accused of a crime which took place on the 27th of March, 1905, and became known as the Mask Murders. An old man and his wife were brutally murdered one night in their shop, and their cash box rifled. All that was left behind by the burglars were 3 masks very roughly made from the tops of stockings, and a fingerprint on the tray of the cash box. This was the first time fingerprint evidence was ever submitted in an English murder trial, and the criticism with which it was received is interesting. Enlargements of the photographs taken of the fingerprints found on the cash box and Alfred Stratton's right thumb were produced by the police inspector, while copies and magnifying glasses were handed to the jury to enable them to follow the parallel characteristics of identity that the officer pointed out on a large chart which he held up. He asserted that he could find no characteristic visible in the print on the cash box which did not agree with Alfred Stratton's thumb. In cross-examination, the inspector said, quote, that in points, which he could not agree with counsel were discrepancies, the pressure applied by the digit would play a large part. It was only a mark of perspiration and dust on the cash box, and a mark made on evenly distributed ink in the other. Pressure would give a curved line in the one, and lack of pressure a straight line in the other. End quote. It was pointed out to the inspector, by the aid of the compasses, that the distances between certain points of identity relied on by the witness varied as much as the 1/12 of an inch on the cash box print and Alfred's thumb print. The inspector explained this by saying that the 2 enlargements were on a slightly different scale, and he added that as they were 13 times the natural size, the difference of 1/12 of an inch would have to be divided by 13, and so would be infinitesimal in the original prints. Fingerprints of the dead couple and of all who were in the habit of being in the house were also presented to the jury to show that the fingerprint on the tray of the cash box could not possibly be theirs. The judge, in summing up, said that, as to the fingerprint identification, where the prints were taken for the purpose of identification of a criminal whose impressions the police already possessed, the system seemed to be extremely reliable. But it was a different thing to apply the system to a casual mark made by the perspiration of the thumb on an object. You could not expect that it would correspond with the same degree of accuracy. It would be blurred, and the other taken from the suspect would be clear. So it was in this case. Consequently, the judge continued, quote, this is not so satisfactory as it would have been if you could suppose the murderer had a pot of ink and made a definite impression. But there is one thing that is clear about this. If it is true that people's fingers do vary so much as has been described, there is an extraordinary amount of resemblance in the 2 photos, and to a certain extent it is corroborative evidence. None of you, I should think, would like to act on this alone. The point is not whether you will go on this alone, but the point is whether it is not substantial evidence corroborating the other statements that Alfred Stratton must have been one of the men on the scene of the murder." End quote. Both prisoners were convicted, sentenced to death, and executed. The law as to the judicial use of finger impressions in India is contained in the Evidence Act, Section 73, as amended by Act 5 of 1899. Thus amended, the section reads, quote, "In order to ascertain whether a finger impression is that of the person by whom it purports to have been made, any finger impression admitted or proved to the satisfaction of the court to have been made by that person may be compared with the one which is to be proved, although that finger impression has not been produced or proved for any other purpose. The court may direct the finger impression of any person present in court to be taken for the purpose of enabling the court to compare the finger impressions so taken with any finger impression alleged to have been made by such person." It is clear two questions arise. 1. What does identity of impression prove? Here the expert gives unimpeachable evidence that identity of impression means identity of person. 2. Does such identity exist? Here the expert can do no more than point out the grounds on which his opinion, as to identity or non-identity, is based, leaving the jury or the magistrate to draw his own conclusions from this, as from any other evidence. The point is best illustrated by example. We accordingly quote the relevant portions of an appeal heard in the Calcutta High Court, 24th March, 1905, CILR 32, Calcutta, page 759. Quote, "The accused, Abdul Hamid, was alleged to have falsely personated one Mashraf Ali, and in such assumed character to have admitted the execution of a bond purporting to have been made in favor of one Guran Ali, his cousin's husband, and to have presented the same for registration on the 5th November, 1902, before the sub-registrar of Anhungagar. It appeared that on the 11th instant, the real Mashraf Ali went to the sub-registrar and lodged a written complaint before him that some person, not named, had falsely personated him and got the said bond registered, upon which an inquiry was held resulting in criminal proceedings being instituted against the accused and certain others. During the trial, one Mohammed Amin, a sub-inspector in the Criminal Investigation Department of the Inspector General of Police, was examined as an expert on fingerprints, and he deposed that the thumb impressions on the forged bond, and in the sub-registrar's thumb register, corresponded with the thumb impression of the accused, taken before the magistrate, but not with that of Mashraf Ali. The jury returned a unanimous verdict of not guilty, whereupon the judge put to them the following question. Question. Do you find that the thumb impressions exhibit 1D on the bond is not the impression of the accused? Answer. We are not ready to accept the evidence of the expert as conclusive. We do not think he is properly qualified to give an opinion. The judge, disagreeing with the jury, referred the case to the High Court under Section 307 of the Criminal Procedure Code on the ground that their verdict was perverse." End quote. In the course of their judgments, the following remarks were made by the judges. Quote, Henderson J. The only other evidence which reference may be made is that of Mohammed Amin, a special sub-inspector on 30 rubles a month in the Criminal Investigation Department, who was brought down from Calcutta to give evidence as an expert as to the correspondence between the thumb impressions of the accused with those on the bond and in the thumb impression register kept at the registry office. He said that he had studied finger impressions for 5 months in a training school and 13 months in the office of the Inspector General of Police, and that he examined 2 or 3 lakhs of impressions and had himself taken thousands of impressions. He was of opinion, apparently without any reservation, that the thumb impressions made in court by the accused corresponded with those made by the person who presented the bond, on the bond itself and in the thumb register. He gave his reasons for his opinion, stating the various points of similarity, and his opinion is, therefore, entitled to be treated with very great consideration. I have myself subjected the impressions to a careful study, both with the naked eye and a magnifying glass. The impressions are unfortunately blurred, and many of the characteristic marks are, therefore, far from clear. This renders it difficult to trace the marks enumerated by the expert witness as demonstrating the correspondence between the 2 sets of impressions. I am unable to say more than that in some respects a distinct similarity can be traced. Under these circumstances, I should hesitate to say that the jury were wrong in not accepting the evidence of the expert, more especially when the evidence to corroborate his testimony was of such an unreliable character. Geit J. The Sessions Judge, however, is of opinion that the evidence of the sub-inspector from the Inspector General's Criminal Investigation Department is quite sufficient to fasten the personation on the accused. The sub-inspector took an impression of the accused thumb before the committing magistrate, it is marked Exhibit 4, and professing himself an expert, he declares that this impression is made by the same person as the impressions, marked Exhibit 1D and Exhibit 2, made on the document and the register. If this evidence be accepted, it would corroborate the testimony of Kabel Krishna and put it beyond reasonable doubt that it was the accused who presented the document and admitted its execution. The jury have, however, declined to regard the sub-inspector as an expert, and to act on his opinion, and it is necessary for us to consider whether they were wrong in so doing. Now, though the classification of finger impressions is a science requiring study, and though it may require an expert in the first instance to say whether any two finger impressions are identical, yet the reasons which guide him to this conclusion are such as may be weighed by any intelligent person with good powers of eyesight. In the present case, the sub-inspector has enumerated 9 different marks by which he has come to the conclusion that Exhibit 4 is the impression of the same thumb as Exhibits 1D and 2. I have examined these impressions for myself with the aid of a magnifying glass, and endeavored to test the sub-inspector's reasons. His first reason is that the pattern in the 2 sets of impressions is the same, and his fifth is that the central core or ridge is the same. These reasons can readily be verified by a comparison of the impressions, but they do not carry us very far, for it is obvious they may coexist in the thumb impressions of many different persons. With these 2 exceptions, I have been unable to identify the marks enumerated by the witness as existing in the 2 sets. For instance, the sub-inspector's second reason is that the number of ridges between the right delta and the inner terminus is the same. The sub-inspector has not mentioned the number of ridges thus indicated, and they are so blurred and run together that I am unable to count them for myself. The sub-inspector's third reason is as follows. The 5th ridge below the right delta ends abruptly, also the 7th ridge ends at the same point as the 5th ridge, the 3rd ridge bores a little way and then stops. I am able to follow these features in Exhibit 4, but cannot distinguish them in Exhibit 1D or in Exhibit 2. I need not go in detail through the other distinguishing marks. It is sufficient to say that, though I can often perceive them in one impression, generally Exhibit 4, in which the ridges stand out the clearest, I am unable to say that they exist in the other impressions. The sub-inspector is a person who failed for his B.A. examination, and has been only a little more than a year in the police. Considering the difficulty I have in perceiving the marks which led him to say that the impression marked Exhibit 4 is made by the same person as Exhibits 1D and 2, I cannot say that the jury were wrong in declining to regard him as an expert, whose opinion they were bound to accept without the corroboration of their own intelligence as to the reasons which guided him to his conclusion. In making these observations, I desire to throw no doubt on the science of finger impressions, or on the validity of the conclusions which may be established from a similarity in their marks. But in the present case, I am of opinion that the similarity of the 2 sets of finger impressions has not been established, and as the remaining evidence is far from cogent, I would refuse to disturb the verdict of the jury." End of section 42.
Section 43 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 1 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. The expert and how to make use of him. Continued. Chapter 9c. The manner of recording fingerprints. The examination of fingerprints is no easy matter. It is therefore above all necessary that good and true impressions should be taken, which can be kept and compared with others. To make true and sharp copies containing no gaps, Galton gives two methods. Firstly, a sheet of glass or metal plate may be covered with lamp black and a fingerprint made thereon. At all parts touched by the elevations of the skin, the lamp black comes off. The second method is the one now generally adopted. The finger is placed on a metal, glass, or porcelain plate on which black printer's ink has been spread as smoothly as possible, and the impression is then taken on a piece of paper. The ink adheres to the elevations of the skin, which are thus reproduced on the paper. The difference between the two methods is that in the first, it is the hollows of the finger which are reproduced, whereas in the second it's the elevations, thus in a manner resembling the negative and positive of photography. The latter method is certainly the best and easiest. The following are the rules laid down by the Indian government for the taking of fingerprints. Quote, "The apparatus required for taking impressions consists of the following articles: a sheet of tin or copper 10½ inches by 7, or of such other size as experience may show to be most convenient, screwed down by its corners to a board 1 inch thick, an ordinary printer's roller, and a tin of printer's ink. Both roller and slab must be thoroughly cleansed with kerosene oil on each occasion after use, dried with a rag, and put out of the way of dust. The manner in which impressions should be taken is explained below. 1. Squeeze a drop of ink on the plate and work it with the roller till it forms an even layer over the surface. The ink must be so thin as to allow the color of the plate to show through it. 2. Then take the little finger of the left hand, roll the bulb slightly on the inked slab and roll it again on the paper in the space marked for that finger. Do the same with each of the other fingers and thumb in succession, so that the imprints of them may be taken in their allotted places on the paper. Note: a drop or two of kerosene oil added to the ink makes it more fluid. The inked finger should only be rolled once on the card from one side to the other and then removed cleanly without smudging the pattern. To afford clear scope for identification, the whole of the finger or thumb between the tip and first joint must be impressed. End of quote. Section 12. Geometrical Identification. W. Matthews, British Journal Almanac, 1890, page 412, makes an ingenious proposal. According to him, photographs may establish the identities of persons with absolute certainty even after the lapse of a number of years since the time when the last photographs were taken. His system is based on the no doubt accurate idea that certain dimensions of the face of an adult human being do not change, if, at all events, there have been no illnesses or injuries to the skull in the meantime. The photographs to be compared are first very greatly enlarged, and in the same proportions. The greater the enlargement, that is to say, the larger the photographs to be compared are, the more decisive will be the proof, for the errors of measurement which may be committed will be of less importance. Next, a fundamental line, figure 9, is drawn through the pupils of the eyes. OO. The distance separating the middle of the two pupils is divided into two equal parts. Through this dividing point a perpendicular AA is drawn, and two parallels are drawn thereto through the pupils, BB and CC. Finally, parallels are drawn to the fundamental line OO, above and below that line as far as the chin and the roots of the hair. These parallels are numbered 1, 2, 3, etc. The distance between the horizontal lines is exactly the same as the diameter of the iris, that is to say, of the pupil of the eye on the picture. The verification of identity may be done in two ways. First, the two portraits are cut into two pieces along the line AA, and the halves of each are interchanged. If the portraits are of the same person, all the other lines will fit. 2. The two portraits, unmounted, are placed one upon the other so that the lines OO and AA coincide. If the portraits are identical, the other lines will also coincide. This method is to be recommended in important cases. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by vi-i in October 2014. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam. Chapter 6. The Legitimate Sphere of the Public Press. It is natural for the investigating officer to find it impossible to escape from the influence of the great public press. We have therefore to discuss the position he ought to take up as regards that influence and in what way it may be of service to him. The connection between the investigating officer and the press is based upon a community of interest. The investigating officer is interested in crime and everything connected with it, and the daily press is interested in great measure in the same questions. An experienced journalist who had accurate information of what the public preferred to read in its daily paper once furnished the following list in which the heads are arranged in order of importance. 1. Births, deaths, marriage, and divorce. 2. The reports of crime and criminal trials. 3. Local news. 4. The serial story, the theatrical news, the short story. 5. Special telegrams, political communications, leading articles. 6. Scientific notes and reviews. From this list it may be seen how much people are interested in communications relating to crime, and as the interest of the public is the interest of the journalist, the place of honor is given to these communications. The experienced and expert journalist would rather give up every other article in his paper than the first report of a criminal case. And this is where he finds himself in conflict with the law, for in all civilized states the precipitate divulgence of details connected with judicial cases is considered to be more or less illegal. True it is that there are few laws more often broken than those of which we speak. Every day we read in the paper exact descriptions of crimes which have just been committed, especially when these crimes are particularly outrageous and horrible. How much truth can be found in such reports is another question. More than one of us have been unable to help saying to ourselves on reading these newspapers' reports, "I seem to have heard of a case like that." So much had the case brought to the notice of the investigating officer on the previous day been disfigured. It is easy to understand how this comes about when we observe the manner in which the news given by the paper is fabricated. The investigating officer and his assistants have sworn to guard their professional secrets, and in every crime the manner in which it has been committed is considered to be relevant to the matters to be embraced by this professional reticence. In consequence of this, the investigating officer and his auxiliaries wrap themselves in the impenetrable mantle of secrecy and tell the journalist nothing. The reporters therefore fall upon the watchmen, the witnesses and their relations, upon the jailers of the prison, upon the cabman who has driven the investigating officer to the scene of the crime, upon the people of the house, and upon other persons who have or may have some knowledge of the matter, and then compose their narrative, a narrative said to be worthy of all belief. We may cite the case of a reporter who, with particular cunning, had entered into the closest relations with the housemate of the investigating officer, in order to learn from her what her master related to his wife at table with reference to interesting cases. In this way are those horrible descriptions which overflow our newspapers fabricated, of which we legal gentlemen take no notice, saying, "These newspaper reports are all quite indifferent to us." But they are not in reality so indifferent, and, if regarded more closely, we must be convinced that these inaccurate reports do harm. In the first place, falsehood in itself is evil, and for that reason alone ought not to be tolerated. The importance and power of the press are far too great not to persuade us that it causes an immense amount of prejudice by furnishing continually, as it does, inaccurate statements of facts. We must moreover consider the influence which the report may exercise upon all those persons who have something to do with the case, be it intimately or remotely. Whoever has seen or heard something of the case in question takes a particular interest in it. Every such man gives himself an absolutely excessive importance, and whenever an individual's eyes fall by chance upon a list of names among which he finds his own, and his attention is, as we are sure it will, be first drawn by that name, he will become particularly interested in the case, for he has taken some part in it. He reads minutely everything connected with it, and everything which he knows better than anyone else. But, if he has some real knowledge of a case, he will be called as a witness, and will be no longer able to depose with an unbiased mind, since he has read inaccurate reports. Not only the man in the street, but investigating officers themselves have a certain confidence in everything in print, and allow themselves, in spite of many disillusions, to be influenced by newspaper articles. There must be some truth in it, one thinks, and if one reads several times over the account of the case, otherwise than as one has seen it oneself, one ends by doubting oneself, and, in spite of the best will to speak the truth, one gives an account of the case different to what one would have given if not under exterior influence. Newspaper reports, moreover, induce the public to form a definite opinion upon the case itself, and upon the culpability of the author of the crime, so that the verdict is often pronounced by the public long before the competent authorities have delivered their judgment. The official verdict, once given, is no longer in agreement with public opinion, which latter was based on erroneous information. Moreover, the public does not change its opinion, even in view of the light which is shed during the hearing of the case. The decision of the authorities is criticized, and it is not necessary to set out the bad effect of everything which is calculated to disturb the confidence which ought to be placed in the powers that be. This tendency of the press has in quite recent times, and particularly in London and New York, attained the dimensions of a public scandal. Trial and conviction by the halfpenny journal has more terrors to the criminal than the Old Bailey itself. The only thing that restrains these journals is the fear of proceedings for contempt of court, or actions, civil or criminal, for defamation. In India no such check is, as yet, recognized. For putting aside the half-score or so of leading papers, there is hardly an issue of a journal in India that would not in England lead the editor and publisher promptly to the bar of the courts. The only means of remedying this evil is to allow the investigating officer to himself communicate the essential matters concerning criminal cases to the newspaper. The latter on his part would be compelled to keep silent upon all the other details of the case. There seems to be an air of censure about this, but in reality it is not so bad as that. In the first place, we do not mean that the question should be regulated by law, for we imagine that it will be generally very easy to come to an agreement upon this subject with the reporters of the local paper, even in a large town. The investigating officer would provide the reporters with the news in question, while the latter would engage only to print the communications of the former, and to insert on their part everything which the investigating officer desires to make public. The tact of the investigating officer will guide him in what should be printed in a given case, and how and when it should be published. We do not desire by any means to advise the investigating officer to give the papers inaccurate information in order to baffle the unknown criminal or inspire his accomplices with confidence, etc. But it is not necessary to tell all that one knows or all that one suspects, or, if one wishes to tell it, the propitious moment must be awaited. The manner in which what may be told should be told is not, speaking generally, easy to indicate, and it is not even easy to express it in a particular case, but it is possible to find the correct method by taking into account all the circumstances accompanying the crime. The best way to proceed will be for the investigating officer to himself write out the note for the paper without long hesitation or reflection, and then consider the consequences which it will have from the point of view of the author of the crime in the event of his reading it, the same applying to the accomplices, witnesses, etc., if they come to know of it. At the moment when the note is drawn up, the general turn of the case will be fairly well known, and after a little reflection the effects of the note will also be guessed. More than one success in important criminal cases may be traced entirely to the use that has been made of a newspaper, but on the other hand it is also certain that one is exposed to very great dangers when an awkward use is made of the press. Here is an example of this. In a case of murder accompanied by theft, it had been possible, owing to a series of fortuitous circumstances, to describe very accurately, immediately after the crime, a number of the articles stolen, although the murdered person lived all alone and had no dealings with the world. It was supposed that the author of the crime, then still unknown, was well aware of this peculiarity of the woman in question, and would not fear to sell the stolen articles at the earliest possible moment. In order to rapidly inform the pawnshops, the investigating officer resolved to publish at once the description of such of the stolen articles as were accurately known, and succeeded in doing so in the evening papers, although the murder had only been committed on the morning of the same day. But this publication had a contrary result to what had been anticipated, for the author of the crime had, extraordinarily enough, got rid of no article that morning, and it came out later on that it was only in the evening, after the papers had appeared, that he sold such of the stolen articles as had not been described in the evening papers. In this case it would have been much better to have kept back the description. On the other hand, those mysterious airs so often affected by the authorities are quite ridiculous and often harmful. One will be doing the right thing if one takes into account the consequences which the divulgence of information may have. If there is no adequate reason to suppose that this divulgence will have had consequences, there need be no hesitation in speaking out. But special care must be taken that the information published is accurate. The following cited case shows this. It is also an interesting example of the value of unprofessional expert advice. Chapter 5, Section 1. Quite recently in London, a lady committed suicide by poisoning in a West End hotel. The Morning Leader in its report says, "She took the greatest care to destroy every possible trace of her identity, even to buying new clothes and underclothes which bore no apparent mark of any kind. But she missed one little detail, the red thread figuring on her dressing jacket. This mark was given out at the inquest as a laundry mark. ix.A-O-Z. Those letters have been published far and wide, in England, France, Germany, and in America. Hundreds of laundry keepers have been interrogated with ix.A-O-Z as a clue to work upon. After a lapse of days, the president of the Laundry Association has come forward and has proved, after his expert examination, that with the exception of the E, these supposed letters are numbers stitched in angles. He therefore reads the inscription thus, E48.992. There is a possibility that the last figure may be an O, but in his experienced eye the others are plain. He is convinced that they do not form a laundry mark because laundry people never use so many figures. He thinks that the mark is a dyer's and cleaner's mark. Thus, says he, it is certain that this row of figures has been entered, as a reference, in the books of some dyer and cleaner's firm, and it is possible that the name and address of the owner of that jacket may be entered alongside. When the investigating officer succeeds in obtaining the goodwill of the reporters, he can in return for his complacency expect many kindnesses when dark days arrive. The investigating officer often finds it necessary to have official notes published, but official advertisements have this peculiarity that no one reads them, especially those persons whom they most concern. But if these publications are inserted among the general news of the day, they are read with avidity and their object is attained. The discovery of witnesses and of the owners of the various articles, questions concerning such a state of affairs or such an event, invitations to come and inspect certain articles in the possession of the investigating officer, the search for people who have disappeared, and 1,000 other similar communications which would fill up without result the police gazettes and papers, would have some chance of success if they appeared in the public press under the head of actualities. When important matters are in question, a few words may be added to the note requesting other papers to notice it in their columns. In such cases, the press is for the most part quite ready to assist justice, especially the more important and better class of paper. On one occasion, for example, persons a long way off were placed in a position to give information in a case about which a note had appeared in a small country paper. This note found its way to the principal papers of the capital, and finally even American papers, which had reproduced it, were received. Some of them indeed had added a few words to the note embodying the assurance that they had been happy to be able to serve a good cause. And, what is more important from a fiscal point of view, all this costs the state absolutely nothing. But in order for the investigating officer to be able to make use of the press, he must not only hold the journalists in hand and proceed with tact, but he must also be allowed complete and entire liberty by the authorities. The latter ought to know whence these notes originate, and that the investigating officer is conducting the case as it ought to be conducted, and not come down upon the paper some fine day for the premature divulgence of secrets which are considered to be harmful to the investigation. End of section 44. End of Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 1, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collier Adam.